Chapter 880. A woman stood on her sword in midair. It was Lu Weiner, of course. Lu Weiner was wearing a light green dress, and it was studded by sword-shaped lotuses. They emanated faint strands of sword intent, and it seemed sharp yet didn't diminish the elegance of her dress. Besides that, her waist was bound tightly by a green sash. As the wind blew against her while she stood on her sword, her green dress clung closely to her delicate figure, causing her slender and graceful figure to be vividly displayed. It was an extremely moving sight. Compared to how weak and gentle she'd been in the past, she seemed confident and composed now. Yan Yi had a complicated expression in his eyes as he gazed at her. All those years ago, she was a weak and delicate girl who didn't even dare to speak loudly. Yet now, she'd grown to become a person who countless geniuses respected. Lu Weiner was looking at Yan Yi while countless disciples of the sword school were looking at her, and most of their eyes carried affection that wasn't concealed at all. Lu Weiner was a true proud genius in the sword school. Not only was her strength at the top of its younger generation, she was gorgeous and usually very amiable. It could be said that she was the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples. The only flaw she had was that she was too obsessed with the sword, and she practically had no room for anything but the sword. Everyone watched as Yan Yi walked over to Lu Weiner, and then he stretched out his hand and rubbed her head as he smiled. "Weiner, long time no see!" Countless people in the surroundings were petrified. He actually touched Senior Sister Lu's head. He even called Senior Sister Lu by her name. "Weiner, are we really not seeing things? Are we really not hearing things? I'm going to fight him. Don't stop me. I'm going to fight him. He actually dared to do that to Senior Sister Lu. I'm going to fight him. Ah! Don't stop me. We aren't stopping you. How bold of him! He actually dared to try and make a move on Senior Sister Lu. Just watch. Senior Sister Lu will definitely tear him apart. She'll chop him into pieces." The expressions of Taoist Gu and the others had changed slightly as well. After all, they were clearly aware of her disposition. While she was usually amiable and never got angry, she wasn't someone that could just be offended without any consequences. Because she would kill when she was angry. Has his mind been overcome by lust? Taoist Gu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on Yang Yi's behalf. Lu Weiner was the master of the sword school's personal disciple, so it wasn't exaggerated to say that her backing was the strongest throughout the ancient sword school. So, if she really did attack Yan Yi, then even he couldn't say anything about it. However, they were all surprised because Lu Weiner didn't attack Yan Yi. She walked over to Yan Yi and jumped into his embrace. She placed her head by his shoulder and spoke softly. I thought you were." She could never forget this man who stood before her. Because it was he who saved her life, and it was he who changed her life. Otherwise, she would be dead a long time ago. The jaws of everyone here almost struck the ground from shock when they witnessed this scene, and it included Taoist Gu and the others whose faces had stiffened. Yan Yi took a death breath and said, "I did almost die." She raised her head and looked at him for a short while. Suddenly she took his hand and said, "Let's go somewhere else." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and then a ray of light flashed before both of them vanished on the spot. Crack! It was the sound of countless hearts shattering throughout the surroundings. On a mountain, Yan Yi and Lu Weiner sat on the edge of a cliff while they gazed at the chasm before them. The chasm was filled with white mist, and it simply seemed like a realm for immortals. She suddenly said, "You're much weaker than before." Yan Yi smiled. "You aren't just a little bit stronger than before. Even I might not be able to defeat you now." He wasn't being humble. Lu Weiner possessed 3-level heaven-rank sword intent right now, and she was at the half-saint realm. Moreover, she'd inherited the inheritance of the sword spirit's last master, and received the full support of the ancient sword school. She could be said to be not inferior to him at all. Lu Weiner suddenly turned her head to look at Yan Yi, and a short while passed before she cracked a smile. This smile simply made all flowers dim in comparison, and even Yang Yi was slightly dazed by it. She said, "You know, I've always hoped to obtain your acknowledgement. I'd thought that I would never have a chance in my lifetime, but the heavens was good to me. It didn't just give me the opportunity, it allowed me to accomplish my wish." When she spoke up to this point, she turned her head and looked up towards the distant sky. "All those years ago on Profounder Continent, you were the existence that all of us in the younger generation had to look up to. At that time, I hoped that I could head out and help you whenever I saw you fighting with other experts. However, I didn't have the ability to do that. I really envied in Nanjing because she could fight by your side, yet I could only be a burden to you. That was really not a pleasant feeling." Yang Yi smiled. "You're not weaker to me at all right now?" Lu Weiner asked. "You really think so?" Yang Yi nodded. She looked at him for a long time before she said, "How about we have a spar once you attain the half-saint realm?" Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "You really want to defeat me, huh?" She nodded. "I do indeed." "Why?" "Because you'll definitely be unable to forget me if I do." A moment of silence ensued, and only the howls of the wind here could be heard. Lu Weiner suddenly said, "Have you realized it? You have a flaw, and your sword Dao will definitely be able to rise a level higher if you can overcome that flaw." Yang Yi said, "Go ahead." She continued, "You're a very decisive person, and you'll advance courageously without looking back and never give up once you've decided to do something. At the same time, you're one who follows your heart. Because you dare to admit the innermost thoughts in your heart, and you go along with those thoughts. These are the reasons why your attainments in Sword Dao are extremely formidable. However, there's one thing which you failed to follow your heart on. Not only do you refuse to follow your heart, you even avoid it. That thing is your feelings." When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly moved closer to him and looked him in the eyes. "You've always adopted a passive position when it comes to your feelings. Do you know what type of man is the most sad and detestable? Those who clearly want it yet don't dare to do so and even try to feign being upright. You're not such a man, but do you realize that your avoidance will cause the same pain to women as those type of men would? And Baira likes you, Ding Xiaoyao likes you, even in Nanjing likes you. But what about you? You've been constantly avoiding them. Don't tell me you didn't have the time to care about things like that because that would just be an excuse. Don't tell me accepting all of them would be unfair to all of them, because that's an excuse as well. Since you love them and they love you, then as the man in the relationship, you should take the initiative to admit those feelings and not constantly avoid it." Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he laughed bitterly. "Weiner, you've really become quite sharp with your words. Every single one of them strikes the heart. My heart was almost shaken by them," Lu Weiner said. "Am I wrong?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "You are very right. I really have been quite cowardly when it comes to my feelings. Now I vaguely understand why many sword cultivators sever their emotions. Because all emotions are a shackle. One either has to go along with them or sever them, but I'm definitely incapable of severing them." Lu Weiner cracked a smile again and said, "It's impossible for anyone to be perfect. Thinking like that is for the best. Anyway, what do you intend to do now? Just stay at the ancient sword school?" Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I might not be able to stay in the sword school for long. Because I have numerous things that I need to do. Most importantly, I have to look for Nanjing, Xiaoyushi, and the others." "And Nanjing is at Sky Divine Hall," Lu Weiner said. "According to the rumors, Lu Qianshao intends to force her to marry him." Yang Yi nodded. "I know." Lu Weiner glanced at him and said, "Lu Qianshao is very strong, and Sky Divine Hall is stronger." Yang Yi grinned. "How strong?" She replied, "You're definitely not a match for him now." Yang Yi nodded. "Perhaps you're right, but no matter how strong he is, and even if he has attained the Saint Realm, I still have to go, right?" "I know." She continued, "You must recover your sword in 10 now. Not only must you recover it, you must improve your strength as well. I know that you're very confident in your strength, and you definitely possess formidable trump cards. However, you must not underestimate him, alright? Because it's very like that you will die if you do that. Lu Weiner had a serious expression on her face when she finished speaking. Yan Yi asked, "Is he really that strong?" "He can be considered as the stronger amongst the 5 of us." Lu Weiner continued. "Actually, rumors say that he can attain the Saint Realm at any time, but he has been constantly suppressing it because of his cultivation technique. So, while he still isn't at the Saint Realm, even some saints aren't able to kill him with ease. He isn't even 30 yet, right?" Yang Yi frowned. "A saint at the age of 30? She answered. "There's a type of people in this world that are called innate saints. Those who can attain the Saint Realm before the age of 30 are called innate saints. I'm not sure if Lu Qianxiao is one, but there really are innate saints in the Central Divine Prefecture. In other words, extraordinary geniuses who've attained the Saint Realm before the age of 30 do exist." Yan Yi remained silent for a long time before he suddenly stood up. "Not to mention that he still isn't a saint right now. Why would I fear him even if he's a saint? I don't even fear the heavens, so why would I fear a man?" Bang! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, and it struck straight down towards Yan Yi. Chapter 881. Yan Yi's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene because the might of the lightning wasn't inferior to a bolt of divine lightning of obliteration. "Are you kidding me? It was just a few words, yet you sent a bolt of divine lightning of obliteration at me." Yan Yi couldn't help but curse. "Stop talking and run!" Lu Weiner grabbed his hand when she noticed that he wasn't done cursing, and then she waved her hand and transformed into a ray of light that vanished along with Yan Yi. Bang! Yan Yi and Lu Weiner had just left when the mountain they were on was instantly transformed into powder by the lightning. Yan Yi's heart couldn't help but thump swiftly when he witnessed this scene from afar. He could destroy the bolt of lightning if he used his full strength, but he would definitely suffer an injury. Of course, he hadn't expected that the heavens would actually send a bolt of lightning down against him just because of something had said. The heaven Tao of the radiant dimension possesses intelligence of its own, and it'll instinctively send down its wrath upon those who disrespect it. Lu Weiner spoke solemnly. "Of course, it would definitely disdain to pay any attention to an ordinary person. But you're different. Not only have you attained the monarch realm, you might even possess something that arouses fear in it. So, that was why it sent its divine punishment down towards you. In short, you should mind your tongue in the future." Yan Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, 3 rays of light shot through the sky, and then Taoist Gu and 2 more saints appeared before Yang Yi and Lu Weiner. Taoist Gu and the others were stunned when they saw Yang Yi and Lu Weiner, and then they revealed quite unusual expressions. Because Yang Yi and Lu Weiner's hands were still held together. Good. Very good. Taoist Gu grinned. "Yang Yi, I'm telling you right now, you better not let her down. Otherwise I won't forgive you." The other 2 saints hurriedly nodded as well to display their agreement. It would definitely be great news for the ancient sword school if Yang Yi and Lu Weiner got together, and it was something they were happy to see. Because they could avoid internal strife that way. After all, there was no place for 2 tigers on one mountain. It was fine when there was a single genius, but internal strife might arise if there were 2 geniuses. If Yang Yi had Lu Weiner fought each other, then the consequences would really be unimaginable. Yet now, if they were to be together, then how could they possibly engage in any internal strife? Even if they fought, it would be a fight between family. Lu Weiner blushed a little when she heard them, and then she released Yang Yi's hand and said, "I'll come look for you at another time." She immediately transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the horizon. "Kid, you're really not bad." Taoist Gu walked over to Yang Yi and smiled. "While that little girl seems amiable and easy to approach on the surface, she's actually extremely proud in her heart. I never expected that you would actually be able to capture her heart. You really aren't simple." "Ha ha!" Yang Yi laughed bitterly, but he didn't explain it because the more he did, the more troublesome it would become. Taoist Gu laughed for a while before he said, "Kid, you got a dragon, right?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he waved his right hand and brought out both the Herculean sword and the dragon. Taoist Gu glanced at the dragon and said, "It is quite suitable to be refined as an equipment spirit. But if that is done, then not only will your sword become stronger, it will become heavier as well. Will you be able to swing it?" Yang Yi nodded. "That's not a problem. I can deal with that." Taoist Gu nodded. "All right, let's return to the sword school." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and they vanished on the spot. The Ancient Sword School. Besides the 9 peaks of the Ancient Sword School, it had a headquarters as well, and it was called the Ancient Sword Peak. Taoist Gu and the others didn't take Yang Yi to Heavenly Sword Peak but the Ancient Sword Peak instead. Yang Yi couldn't avoid feeling shocked when he arrived here. Because a dense expanse of swords were floating throughout the sky and all around Ancient Sword Peak. Every single sword was at the Dao rank at least. While there were many swords here, they didn't seem disorderly at all, and they were circling around the mountain in a strange manner. At the center of these swords, which was also the top of Ancient Sword Peak, was an extremely long sword that floated there. The sword was at least 2 times longer than an ordinary sword, and it was completely dark blue and without a hilt. What a sword! There was a trace of burning desire in Yang Yi's eyes when he saw the sword. While he hadn't grabbed it in his hand, his intuition told him that it was a good sword. Or perhaps it should be said to be the best sword he's seen besides the sword precursor. Taoist Gu explained. Its name is Magnetron, and it's a low-grade divine rank sword. Its blade was made from a mysterious metal from outer space, and it possesses extremely stronger magnetism. Any weapon that comes into contact with it will become stuck to it. Moreover, it has the ability to shatter objects. If anything at a lower quality were to collide with it, then it would be instantly shattered into powder. It's ranked at the 3rd position amongst the 10 famous swords of our Ancient Sword School. Yang Yi suddenly said, "Can I have it?" Taoist Gu was slightly stunned, and then said, "That won't do. See those swords in the surroundings, they are actually part of a sword formation, and that sword is the core of the formation. Those swords in the surroundings are only able to float in the air because of it. However, it's not impossible as well, because it possesses intelligence of its own. The sword master wouldn't object if it's willing to go with you." Yang Yi asked, "How do I make it leave with me?" Taoist Gu shook his head. "I don't know. Don't look at me like that. I really don't. It wouldn't be acting like a piece of decoration here if I did." Yang Yi had a strange smile on the corners of his mouth. They'll come for it once I can access the primordial pagoda. Natural treasures and treasures with consciousnesses of their own were very much attracted to the primordial pagoda, so wouldn't it be easy for him to obtain that sword once the primordial pagoda had returned to its previous state? "Come, let's head to the sword hall. It's time for you to meet our sword master," said Taoist Gu. As soon as Taoist Gu finished speaking, Yang Yi felt the scene before his eyes warp, and then he appeared within a hall. There were around 10 people standing on each side of the hall, and a middle-aged man in a robe that was a mix of white and green sat at the seat of the host. Besides that, there was a black-robed old man and gray-robed old man standing on his sides. The weakest amongst the people here was at the high-rank half-saint realm, and there were 6 saints here. All of their gazes were on Yang Yi, and a long time passed before the middle-aged man said, "Not bad. He really is a genius in the sword Dao." The other experts nodded slightly. "He's too stubborn, and those who are incapable of being flexible usually die earlier." The black-robed old man on the left of the middle-aged man continued, "You have to work on your temper, or it'll be very easy for you to die prematurely." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Kid, do you know how severe it was when you suddenly headed to the Dao Order? Even the slightest action may affect the entire whole. All the experts at the high-rank half-saint realm and above of the sword school had set out because of you, and it wasn't just us, even the founding ancestor descended to this world for you." When he spoke up to this point, there was a solemn expression in his eyes. If a war were to have erupted between the Dao Order and our sword school, can you imagine how many would die? I'm not telling you all of this because I'm trying to put the blame on you. You challenged the Dao Order, defeated all its geniuses, and brought great honor and glory to my sword school. Every disciple of the sword school is filled with pride and glory right now. However, did you ever consider how you might die doing that? Planning before action is always a beautiful daydream. Yan Yi continued. The Tao Order was trying to step all over me, so wouldn't I be worthless if I didn't fight back? He's definitely one capable of causing a huge amount of trouble. The black-robed old man on the middle-aged man's left spoke once more. I think he's right. The gray-robed old man on the middle-aged man's right said, Men should be a little wild sometimes, and they shouldn't shrink back when they should take action. Yan Yi glanced at the gray-robed old man when he heard this, and he had a much better impression of the old man. The black-robed old man glanced at the gray-robed old man and said, I hope you'll still be able to say the same when he brings down terrible calamity upon our sword school. The gray-robed old man spoke indifferently. Does our sword school have to fear anyone in Pine Prefecture? All right. All right. The middle-aged man said. Elder Xiao, Elder Lin, it's a rare occasion for both of you to emerge from your closed-door cultivations, so don't argue over such a trivial matter. Now both of you've met him, so you should go back to cultivating. I'll ask for both of your assistance again when there's trouble. Both of them exchanged glances, grunted coldly, and then vanished on the spot. Once the two old men left, the middle-aged man's gaze descended onto Yan Yi, and a long time passed before he said, You performed meritorious service this time, so my sword school can't treat you shabbily. I won't try to give you swords or sword chests because you wouldn't even want them when you have your master to forge them for you. How about this? I heard that you're fond of wealth, so I'll give you 1,000,000 extreme great energy stones. Right, you can cultivate for 3 days in the Pagoda of Sword Intent for free as well. The others here were stunned when they heard this, and then their gazes carried a trace of envy when they gazed at Yan Yi again. Quickly thank the sword master. Taoist Gu slapped Yan Yi on the head while happiness covered his face. Isn't it just 1,000,000 energy stones? Yan Yi puckered his lips. He had a few million with him now, and he could be said to be very wealthy. Taoist Gu scolded with a smile on his face. You know nothing. The Pagoda of Sword Intent is the most invaluable place in our sword school. While all of the old fellows here have no need for it, it's a paradise for all of you juniors. Especially you. Do you know that you must enter the Pagoda of Sword Intent to recover your sword intent? It can restore my sword intent? Yan Yi was instantly overjoyed, and then he bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. Thank you? As a sword cultivation, how can you have no sword intent? Go on. The middle-aged man smiled. After that, Taoist Gu led Yan Yi to the Pagoda of Sword Intent. Chapter 882. The Pagoda of Sword Intent wasn't very large or tall. It was just around 10 m tall and 6 m wide. Moreover, there was nothing special about it when judged by its outward appearance alone. Taoist Gu had a slightly complicated expression in his eyes as he looked at the pagoda. Do you know why it's called the Pagoda of Sword Intent? Because the sword intent that the past experts of our ancient sword school left behind are stored in there. Yan Yi frowned slightly. Sword intent left behind by the past experts of the sword school? Taoist Gu nodded. While we've attained the Saint Realm, it doesn't represent that we can live forever. Conversely, we have to experience the wrath of the heavens every 100 years upon attaining the Saint Realm. If we're able to survive, then we would naturally be able to live for 100 years more. But if we fail, then only death would await us. Only after attaining the Saint Realm do you really start to fight for survival with the heavens. In other words, the Saint Realm is only the beginning of the path to eternal life. The Saint Realm is only the beginning. Yan Yi's brows knit tightly together. If the Saint Realm is just the beginning, then what about me? I've gone too far off topic. Taoist Gu shook his head, and his gaze descended once more upon the pagoda. The strands of sword intent within the pagoda were left behind by the seniors of our sword school who were about to fall. They didn't just leave their sword intent behind, they left behind their respective daos within the sword intent. Not only them, even we will leave our sword intent behind as well when it's our time to die. Yan Yi suddenly asked. Can I devour the sword intent in there? Taoist Gu glanced at him and grinned. If you have the ability, then please don't hold back. Remember what you've said. Yang Yi was delighted. Because sword intent could be devoured to strengthen one's own sword intent. Since the sword intent of the seniors of the ancient sword school were stored within the pagoda, one could only imagine how pure they would be. Taoist Gu roared with laughter, and he laughed for a short while before he said, Kid, once you see the situation in there, you'll realize how naive you were. After that, he restrained his smile and spoke seriously. The baleful energy and malicious energy within the sword intent have been eliminated, but they are still extremely sharp and fierce. Don't defend those especially powerful strands of sword intent once you get in there. You can start from the weak strands of sword intent and rely on them to slowly restore your sword intent. Yang Yi asked. I can do that? Taoist Gu nodded and said, Lu Weiner's sword intent was improved here as well. But it should be much easier for you because you used to possess 3-level heaven rank sword intent in the past. So, you don't have to worry about your mental state being unable to keep up. However, whether you're able to succeed in restoring it to the 3-level of the heaven rank will depend on your fortune. Yang Yi suddenly asked, What lies above the 3-level of the heaven rank? Now, he was naturally clearly aware that the 3-level of the heaven rank wasn't the highest level of sword intent, or it should be said that sword intent was just like realms of cultivation, and they were both endless. The void rank. There was a trace of yearning in Taoist Gu's eyes. After you attain perfection in the heaven rank, you'll attain the void rank next. When he spoke up to this point, he flipped with his finger, and that strand of sword intent appeared before Yang Yi. While it had fused into the space before him, Yang Yi was still able to sense it. Taoist Gu continued. See? Sword intent that has attained perfection in the heaven rank still leaves traces behind. Since there are traces, it represents that it has flaws. However, void rank sword intent leaves no traces behind. It truly merges into one with the world. No, it should be said to have transcended the world and doesn't exist within the 5 elements. Not only is such sword intent more than 10 times stronger than heaven rank sword intent, it's extremely mysterious, and is truly capable of killing without leaving a trace behind. Let me simplify it. If you possess void rank sword intent right now, then killing a high rank half-saint might be as easy as blowing off dust to you. I'm talking about relying solely on your sword intent to kill a high rank half-saint. We'll be able to kill a high rank half-saint with just my sword intent. Yang Yi was visibly moved. If he wanted to kill a high-rank half-saint now, then he would definitely have to use all his trump cards like the sword domain and the laws. Only then would he have a chance at killing a high-rank half-saint. But if the high-rank half-saint refused to fight him and chose to flee instead, then he would have no chance to kill that person at all. But if he had void-rank sword intent, then it would be as easy as blowing off dust. How strong is void rank sword intent? Are the 2 strands of sword intent in my mind at the void rank? Yang Yi thought for a moment, and felt that they probably weren't at the void rank. After all, if they were at the void rank, then it would have been absolutely impossible for him to devour a strand that day. But he had no doubt that the sword sect's founding ancestors' sword intent definitely surpassed the 3-level of the heaven rank. Taoist Gu smiled as he said, Go on in. I'll forge that sword and sword chest for you. I hope you'll be able to succeed. In that way, the younger generation of our ancient sword school would have 2 disciples who possess 3-level heaven rank sword intent. I hope so. Yang Yi's figure flashed into the pagoda once he finished speaking. There was a strange smile on the corners of Taoist Gu's mouth when he saw Yang Yi enter the pagoda. That kid needs to suffer a little. Hee hee. After he entered the pagoda, a strand of powerful pressure instantly smashed down upon him and caught him off guard. It almost brought him to his knees. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and forcefully stopped himself when his knees were just around 20 centimeters away from the ground. Even though he hadn't been brought down to his knees, the pressure upon him was like a myriad of mountains, and it caused the bones throughout his body to crack. In less than 2 breaths of time, Yang Yi's face was covered in cold sweat, while veins had popped up on his forehead. He seemed very scary. Yang Yi forcefully endured it and stopped himself from kneeling. Because he knew that once he did kneel, then his will would collapse instantaneously. If his will collapsed, then how would he fight the sword intent here? However, the pressure he experienced was growing stronger and stronger. Even his body, which was comparable to a half-saint, couldn't resist the pressure, and the only reason he was still able to hold on was because he was relying on his willpower. Just like that, time slowly trickled by. Yang Yi didn't know how long had passed, but he felt that his consciousness had started to become slightly blurry. This made him bite his tongue without end and use the sharp pain he experienced to keep himself awake. Bang! Suddenly, a strand of sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi. Tune-level sword intent! Yang Yi was delighted. He hadn't expected that his sword intent would actually undergo such a transformation while suffering such pressure. Persist! I must persist! Yang Yi gritted his teeth. While his body had bent down completely and his knees were almost touching the floor, his face was covered in determination. Even though he had joined the ancient sword school now, he was very clearly aware that he could only rely on himself because only his own strength would be there for him until the end. He was at the monarch realm now, so his cultivation wasn't much inferior to the cultivation he once possessed on Profounder Continent. If his sword intent was restored, then his strength could be said to have been completely restored. However, that little bit of strength was utterly insufficient in Pine Prefecture. Because there were saints here. It wasn't like Profounder Continent where the strongest existences were at the high-rank half-saint realm. Time passed slowly, and almost 6 hours had passed by now. Bang! A strand of sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi. It was 3-level sword intent. His sword intent had improved by another level to attain the 3-level under the pressure he experienced here. However, this process wasn't fun for Yang Yi at all. It felt like a myriad of mountains pressing down upon him, and it truly made both his mind and body feel like they were on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Yang Yi finally understood that this was the method Taoist Gu and the others were speaking about when it came to restoring his sword intent. Just like that, Yang Yi persisted bitterly, and his sword intent rose incessantly as well. 3 days later, his sword intent had attained the 9th level. After he attained the 9th level, the pressure he experienced grew even stronger instead, and his knees were less than 10 centimeters away from the ground. Yang Yi couldn't help but howl while a ferocious covered his face. Moreover, his veins had popped up all over his face. That day, Taoist Gu had said that he might have to suffer a little to recover his sword intent, and had been indifferent towards that suffering. Because what suffering had he not experienced in the past? Yet now, he had to say that it really was painful. The pressure didn't just press down upon his body, it pressed down upon his will as well. Or it should be said that the pressure was actually targeted at his will. 4 days later. Bang! A strand of sword intent swept out from him again, and then Yang Yi instantly felt his body feel lighter. Because had attained the 1st level of heaven-rank sword intent. However, pressure that was 2 times more terrifying than before suddenly descended upon him once more, and his sword intent was instantly shattered by the pressure. Pooh! Yang Yi was caught off guard, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from between his lips while he almost fell flat on the ground. Yang Yi supported himself up with both hands, and his body was like the shape of a bow right now. He raised his head to glance at the surroundings yet noticed that it was completely empty. However, he could sense that all sorts of sword intent filled the surroundings, and the weakest amongst them was at the 3rd level of the heaven rank. That was why his sword intent wasn't able to resist them at all. How annoying! Just you wait. Yang Yi gritted his teeth. Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure he experienced grew even stronger, and the bones throughout his body started to crack incessantly. As if they were replying to Yang Yi's provocation, the sword intent in the surroundings even started gathering around Yang Yi, and then they slowly descended down towards him as if they wanted to make him lie completely flat on the ground. That's enough! You're trying to bully me with numbers? Just watch how I crush all of you! As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 strands of sword intent from the unfettered one flashed out from the center of his forehead. Bang! As soon as those 2 strands of sword intent appeared here, an explosion instantly resounded. Chapter 883. As soon as those 2 strands of sword intent from the sword sex founding ancestor emerged from within him, Yan Ye's body immediately felt lighter as the pressure upon him withdrew like a receding tide. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, he could have released the unfettered one's sword intent in the beginning, but he hadn't. Because he knew that while the sword intent in the surroundings were exerting pressure upon him, it was extremely beneficial to him. Yet now, they weren't just exerting pressure on him, they wanted to crush him. Yan Yi slowly closed his eyes because the sword intent around him couldn't only be sensed and not seen. So, he focused and cleared his mind. Yan Ye's expression gradually grew solemn because sword intent covered the surroundings, and every single strand was at the 3 level of the heaven rank at least. Moreover, there were 2 obscure strands of sword intent amongst them. He could only faintly sense that those 2 strands of sword intent were very powerful, and they weren't weaker to the unfettered one's sword intent. However, they seemed to be completely disinterested in him, so they were quite far away from him. As for the sword intent around him, they were eyeing him with hostility. However, they feared the unfettered one's sword intent, so they didn't approach him. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he withdrew a strand of the unfettered one's sword intent. As soon as it vanished, the sword intent in the surroundings instantly seemed to be eager to pounce on Yan Yi, and they gradually started to approach him from all directions. Just as Taoist Gu had said, they didn't contain any baleful energy or killing intent, so they didn't attack Yan Yi, and they just relied on the fierce and sharp intent within them to exert pressure upon Yan Yi. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, and it didn't take long for Yan Ye's bones to start cracking once more. Outside the pagoda of sword intent, Lu Weiner and the sword master of the ancient sword school, Jian Wuchen, were standing there, and a trace of worry could be seen in Lu Weiner's eyes. Lu Weiner asked, "Master, will he really be fine when you let him go in there without a protection token?" Jian Wuchen shook his head and said, "He's unlike anyone else. Just the strength of his body is sufficient for him to persist in there. Moreover, his sword intent dropped because he utilized a secret technique, so it would be utterly impossible for him to recover it in a short period of time without utilizing such methods to stimulate the core of the sword intent within him." Lu Weiner spoke softly. "I know, but he might not be able to persist until his sword intent is restored to the 3 level of the heaven rank." Jian Wuchen grinned. "His willpower far surpasses ordinary people, or I should say that it's stronger than yours. So long as he doesn't annoy the sword intent in there, then it shouldn't be a problem for him to hold on for around half a month." Lu Weiner said, "Didn't you only allow him to cultivate there for 3 days?" Jian Wuchen said, "That was just for others to hear. After all, if others were to find out that he was allowed to cultivate there for so long, then I can only imagine how many would be envious. So, I had no choice but to say that in order to help that kid avoid some trouble." Lu Weiner nodded, and then she spoke abruptly. "What if he infuriates those strands of sword intent?" Jian Wuchen spoke softly. "Then I can only wish him good luck." Lu Weiner was at a loss for words. 5 days later, Yan Yi had attained the tune level of heaven rank sword intent under the pressure exerted upon him from the sword intent in the surroundings. After he attained the tuned level of heaven rank sword intent, Yan Yi withdrew the unfettered one's sword intent and relied on his own sword intent to resist the sword intent in the surroundings. While he was only at the tuned level of the heaven rank, his sword intent had been slaughter sword intent in the past, so it was much stronger than other forms of sword intent. Thus, he was barely able to resist the might of the sword intent in the surroundings. Of course, while he could resist it, he had to endure a huge amount of pressure. After all, the sword intent in the surroundings weren't inferior to his own, and they far surpassed him in numbers. However, that was exactly what he desired. 10 days passed just like that. Bang! Suddenly, a strand of terrifying sword intent swept out from within him. As soon as it had, the sword intent in the surroundings immediately moved backwards repeatedly, but it didn't take long for them to press down upon him once more. Finally at the 3 level. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a trace of excitement appeared in his eyes. The recovery of his sword intent represented that he was even confident in his ability to kill high-rank half-saints now. After all, 3-level heaven-rank sword intent could merge into space. Coupled with the decay laws that he possessed, it really wasn't difficult for him to kill a high-rank half-saint if he took that half-saint by surprise. After all, even high-rank half-saints couldn't resist the decay laws he possessed. Once the excitement passed, Yang Yi's gaze swept through the surroundings while a trace of madness appeared within his eyes. There were at least a few thousand types of sword intent here, and if he were to devour them all, then perhaps he could attain void-rank sword intent. If it were an ordinary person or even Lu Weiner in his position, that person would definitely not dare to do that. Because there were so many types of sword intent here, so if they were infuriated and swarmed a person, then not to mention them, even a high-rank half-saint would probably be crushed alive. However, Yang Yi didn't want to give up because he might not have another chance. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for him to sense a comparatively weaker strand of sword intent. He didn't hesitate to send his sword intent pouncing at that strand of sword intent. As soon as he did that, the situation here instantly became heated as all the other sword intent in the surroundings suddenly pounced at him as well. Yang Yi's face turned grim because he hadn't expected them to actually be so united. He hurriedly withdrew the unfettered one's sword intent, and the sword intent in the surroundings stopped moving for now. But it didn't take long for Yang Yi's expression to change once more. Because 2 strands of sword intent which weren't inferior to the unfettered one's sword intent had started approaching him. Moreover, the other strands of sword intent started to move under the lead of those 2 strands of sword intent. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he took a step forward and activated the sword domain. As soon as he did that, the sword intent around him immediately stopped moving but became even more irritated. Yang Yi sensed their emotions for a moment, and then he said, "Do all of you want to stay here forever?" He knew that even if he used the sword domain and those 2 strands of the unfettered one sword intent, it would still be impossible for him to devour the sword intent here. Because they were clearly very united and seemed to reject him. The only way was to make them willingly merge with his sword intent. While it wasn't very realistic, he still wanted to give it a try. Yang Yi took a deep breath and continued, "Do all of you wish to stay here and be unable to see the light of day forever? Do you wish to just vanish one day? Every single one of your past masters were peerless experts who commanded great strength and authority. While they've fallen, don't you want your past masters to continue commanding great strength and authority in a different manner?" When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi's voice became heavier. "All of you are like plants without roots, and once sword intent that possess no roots vanish, it'll vanish forever. Do all of you want to vanish forever?" Yang Yi was able to sense that some of the sword intent in the surroundings were gradually calming down. Such a chance delighted Yang Yi, and he quickly continued, "The only way for all of you to leave this place is to merge with my sword intent. Because if you don't, then they'll never let all of you leave. Even if you can leave, all of you'll be truly gone once you're destroyed in the outside world. So, all of you have to merge with my sword intent and become a part of me. Only then can all of you leave, and you wouldn't have to worry about being destroyed as well." Yang Yi was very clearly aware that while it didn't affect these strands of sword intent in the beginning, they would definitely be unwilling to continue staying here after being trapped for such a long time. These sword intents had consciousnesses of their own. Perhaps it wasn't true intelligence, but they definitely had a consciousness. So long as they yearned to head out into the outside world, then he naturally had a chance. A long moment of silence ensued before a strand of sword intent suddenly entered Yang Yi's sword intent which covered the area before him, and it merged into his sword intent. As soon as that strand of sword intent merged with his sword intent, another shot into his sword intent as well. After that, strand after strand of sword intent surged incessantly into Yang Yi's sword intent. Just as had said, Most of these strands of sword intent had been trapped here for too long. It would be fine if they didn't possess any intelligence at all, but the problem was that most of them had a certain amount of intelligence. So, how could they be willing to stay here forever? Of course, the reason many had chosen to merge with Yang Ye's sword intent was because they thought highly of Yang Ye's strength. Actually, even if an ordinary disciple of the ancient sword school could merge with these strands of sword intent, that disciple would definitely not dare to do so. Because these strands of sword intent were a precious treasure of the sword school, and many disciples of the sword school used them to temper their own sword intent. If someone were to merge with the sword intent here, then the higher-ups of the sword school would definitely skin that person alive. As for Yang Yi, had never thought about that. In any case, all he knew was that Taoist Gu had said that he could do it if he had the ability, and he didn't care about anything else. Fewer and fewer strands of sword intent remained here while Yang Ye's own sword intent was growing stronger and stronger. However, it wasn't so easy to merge with them because they more or less carried the wills of their former masters, and that was a huge point of conflict within Yang Yi. Fortunately, he possessed the enlightened sword heart, and his will was extremely strong. So, he resisted and eliminated all of them. A day passed by just like that. Less than 10 strands of sword intent remained here, and Yang Ye's sword intent had arrived at a terrifying state. It was at the peak of the heaven rank, the true peak of the heaven rank. Yang Yi took a deep breath while his consciousness locked onto the last 10 strands of sword intent which remained here. They were undoubtedly the strongest amongst all the sword intent here. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "I will definitely bring honor to all of you if you come with me." Only silence remained in the surroundings, and those 10 strands of sword intent didn't move at all. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he turned around and walked towards the exit. Right when he was about to pass through the exit, those 10 strands of sword intent shot into him. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from Yang Ye's body, and then the entire pagoda of sword intent crumbled apart. Chapter 884. Jian Wuchen and Taoist Gu appeared before Yang Yi at the exact same instant that the pagoda of sword intent crumbled, and both of their faces were extremely unsightly when they saw the situation here. Both of their gazes immediately descended onto Yang Yi, and there was anger, bewilderment, and shock in their eyes. Countless different types of sword intent were devouring each other all around and within Yang Ye's body. While they seemed to have merged willingly with his sword intent, it was still a fierce battle when they started devouring each other. After all, the consciousness of the one which persisted until the end would definitely hold authority over the others. Of course, Yang Yi was still the one who benefited in the end. Taoist Gu spoke solemnly. "He really is devouring them?" Jian Wuchen asked. "You let him do that?" Taoist Gu laughed bitterly and said, "He asked me if he could devour the sword intent within the pagoda, and I told him that he could feel free to do as he pleased if he had the ability. I'm sure you're aware that all the sword intent within the pagoda are at the 3 level of the heaven rank at least, so they weren't inferior to his sword intent during its peak. Not to mention him, it wouldn't even be likely for me to be able to devour the sword intent within the pagoda. But I never imagined that he actually did it, and he seems to have even succeeded." When he spoke up to this point, Taoist Gu suddenly said, "Sword Master, if he really attains void rank sword intent, then coupled with Wainer, our ancient sword school will definitely be able to ascend to the top 30 within the martial rankings of the Central Divine Prefecture. Not to mention that we might be able to rely on that to ascend into the ranks of diamond rank powers." Jian Wuchen's eyelids twitched a little. After all, ascending to the ranks of diamond rank powers was something that generations of ancestors of the ancient sword school had fought to accomplish. A short while passed before Jian Wuchen shook his head and said, "You should be aware that it isn't so easy to attain void rank sword intent, and it's impossible even if he devours all the heaven rank sword intent here. Otherwise, our sword school's seniors would have devoured the sword intent here a very long time ago. Besides that, the martial rankings aren't as simple as you think. In short, we should first think of a way to explain this to those old fellows." The pagoda of sword intent have been absorbed, and the pagoda itself has crumbled. Even I, the sword master, might have to suffer for this. Taoist Gu smiled with embarrassment and said, Sword master, you must be joking. Besides the founding ancestor, you're the strongest in our sword school, so how could they dare to blame and punish you? They would just nag you at most. Jian Wuchen gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he spoke softly. I wonder if his arrival in our sword sect is a blessing or a calamity to us. A solemn expression appeared on Taoist Gu's face as well. Needless to say, while Yang Yi's strength was formidable, his ability to cause trouble was absolutely formidable as well. Moreover, Yang Yi acted too willfully and domineeringly. It was fine if no one offended him, but if someone did, then he would definitely kill that person. Such a character was beneficial in the sense that he wouldn't be bullied, but the disadvantage was that it made it easy for Yang Yi to make enemies. Taoist Gu sighed softly as he gazed at Yang Yi, and there was a slightly complicated gaze in his eyes. A long time passed before the sword intent around Yang Yi gradually calmed down, and then around another hour passed before Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He pressed his fingers together, and waved them lightly towards. As soon as he finished the swing, the ground in the distance was immediately split apart, and a bottomless and pitch-black rift appeared there. Jian Wuchen spoke abruptly. Quasi-void rank. Yang Yi's brows knit slightly together. It isn't true void rank sword intent? Be happy with what you have. Jian Wuchen continued. Do you know that besides the founding ancestor and a few monstrous geniuses of our sword school, even all of us only possess 3-level heaven rank sword intent? Even though there's a difference in strength between 3-level heaven rank sword intent, our sword intent is still only at the heaven rank in the end. Yet you have attained quasi-void rank sword intent while only around the age of 20. To be honest, even I feel quite envious. Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment and said, Isn't void rank sword intent completely soundless? My sword intent doesn't make a sound as well right now, so why is it only quasi-void rank and not the actual void rank? Because your sword intent hasn't truly surpassed this world. Taoist Gu continued. Your current sword intent can only be considered to be on par with the world, at most. So, its traces can still be found in the world. Of course, ordinary people would be absolutely unable to detect it, unless they were geniuses who'd started comprehending the world or were high-rank half-saints who were half a step away from the saint realm. In short, if they haven't started comprehending the world or are below the saint realm, then even high-rank half-saints wouldn't be able to detect your sword intent. Yang Yi asked, How do I attain true void rank sword intent? Both Taoist Gu and Jian Wuchen revealed solemn expressions when they heard this, and then Taoist Gu spoke seriously. Kid, you must remember to never reach beyond your grasp. It's never beneficial to be hasty in your cultivation. Yang Yi nodded and said, Thank you for the guidance. Actually, he regretted speaking those words once he finished speaking them. Actually, had spoken in a moment of excitement, or it should be said that he was too anxious and impatient. Jian Wuchen and Taoist Gu's expressions eased up when they saw Yang Yi's attitude towards the matter, and Jian Wuchen said, True void rank sword intent is ethereal and otherworldly. Very few people are able to rely on external forces to attain the void rank. At the very least, I've never seen or heard of anyone succeeding. You can only rely on your own comprehension to attain the void rank. If you comprehend it, then you'll naturally attain the void rank. Yang Yi said, Has there been no one in our sword school besides the founding ancestor that has attained the void rank? Jian Wuchen nodded and said, There are some at the quasi-void rank, but there aren't many. Yang Yi nodded, and then he suddenly asked, Can I rely on quasi-void rank sword intent to fight Saint Realm experts? Taoist Gu and Jian Wuchen exchanged glances, and there was a smile on both their faces. Taoist Gu had a grin on his face as he said, Come, why don't you try an attack of mine? All right. There was blazing battle intent in Yang Yi's eyes. His sword intent had been restored and even improved, so he really wanted to find someone to spar with. Taoist Gu flicked with his finger, and a strand of sword energy shot forward. It wasn't very quick, but Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. His profound energy surged madly before his sword intent shot out as well. In the end, he pressed his index and middle finger together before waving it forward, and a strand of sword energy shot forward and collided with Taoist Gust's sword energy. Hiss! Yang Yi watched with astonishment as his sword energy was immediately blasted into bits, and then Taoist Gust's sword energy smashed against his chest. Bang! Yang Yi's ground scraped against the ground as his figure was pushed back by the force, and his figure had moved backwards by almost 6 kilometers before it finally stopped. How strong! Yang Yi raised his head to gaze at Taoist Gu while an extremely serious expression remained in his eyes. What's the Saint Realm? Taoist Gu continued. The Saint Realm surpasses the restraints of the world, surpasses the laws, and is capable of using the energy of the world. There are some geniuses who can fight saints while at the high rank of the half-saint realm, but I've never seen a genius capable of fighting a saint at the monarch realm. Perhaps there are some in the central divine prefecture, but there are probably none in our Pine prefecture. Am still quite weak. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Had thought that since had attained quasi-void rank sword intent, then even if he wasn't a match for saints, he could at least exchange a few blows with a saint. However, the cruel facts before him told him that he couldn't even resist a single move. However, the young Hall Master of Sky Divine Hall was a high-rank half-saint who was rumored to have fought a saint. So, Yang Yi had no hope of victory in a battle against that fellow. If the sword spirit was awake, then he could fight desperately and execute the true form of Heavenrand. Perhaps he would be able to win then. However, the problem was that the sword spirit was still unconscious. Moreover, even if she woke up, he really didn't want to execute the true form of Heavenrand again. Because it didn't just cause huge harm to his own body, it was very harmful to the primordial pagoda and sword spirit as well. But if he didn't utilize the true form of Heavenrand, then how would he fight the young Hall Master of Sky Divine Hall? Or to be more precise, how would he fight the entire Sky Divine Hall? Taoist Gu suddenly chuckled. Kid, you haven't suffered a blow to your confidence, right? Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and shook his head. I'm still too weak, Taoist Gu said. That depends on who you're comparing yourself to. If it's the younger generation, then no more than 10 throughout Pine Prefecture are capable of defeating you. However, if it's against us, to be honest, your strength isn't enough at all. Not to mention us, you're not even a match for some very old high-rank half-saints. I have to work harder, said Yang Yi. Regardless of whether it was Lu Weiner, Qin Daofu, or the young Hall Master of Sky Divine Hall, he refused to underestimate any one of them. Their natural talents weren't weak, and they were fostered by platinum rank sections. So, the inheritances and techniques they possessed were definitely the best in the prefecture. So, not to mention a genius, even an ordinary person would attain extraordinary accomplishments while supported by such resources. Thinking like that is for the best. Taoist Gu nodded, and then he waved his right hand and the Herculean sword appeared before Yang Yi. There was a dragon marking on the Herculean sword now. The head of the dragon resided at the hilt of the sword, the claws were below the hilt, and the dragon's body covered the entire blade. The dragon was absolutely lifelike, and it simply seemed like a living dragon. Taoist Gu said, I've planted that dragon within the sword, so it's much stronger than before, but it's also much heavier. To be honest, I'm afraid that only high-rank half-saints of the demon race are capable of swinging it freely. Yang Yi took the Herculean sword's hilt, and he immediately felt his hand being dragged down by its weight. He took a deep breath and grabbed its hilt with both hands, and then the profound energy within him surged madly towards his hands before he suddenly lifted it up and slashed. Bang! The powerful force it created shook the space before Yang Yi while cracks started spreading incessantly towards the surroundings. It was an extremely shocking sight. However, Yang Yi's figure bent forward, and he started gasping incessantly for breath. Even a half-saint would be crushed alive if you're able to catch that half-saint off guard. There was a trace of a serious expression in Taoist Gus's eyes. Unfortunately, even your physical strength isn't sufficient to swing it freely. His physical strength should be sufficient. He's just not really used to it. Jian Wuchen suddenly spoke. Give him some time, and he should be able to use it normally. Yan Yi suddenly said. And going into closed-door cultivation for some time. He didn't just want to get accustomed to the Herculean sword, he intended to get accustomed to his newly improved sword intent as well. Moreover, he intended to cultivate the divine fist of destruction he obtained from the Tao Order's founding ancestor. After all, it was an absolutely terrifying technique, so he had to master it. Besides that, he had to improve his cultivation as well and attain the high rank of the monarch rank at the very least. Most importantly, he had to devour even more extreme-grade energy stones and send violet profound energy to the tiny vortex. If he was able to feed it well, then perhaps it might send him the stone of suppression, and it would be even better if it could send Su Qinshi and the others out instead. While Yang Yi was in closed-door cultivation, Dewa's Sku had suddenly obtained a wedding invitation, and it was from Sky Divine Hall. A year from now, the young Hall Master of Sky Divine Hall, Lu Qianxiao, would be marrying Sky Divine Hall's Mu Hanzan and Nanjing, and the daughter of the Sky Fox Demon King, Yun Hentian. Besides the wedding invitation, there was another invitation for battle. The invitation was from Lu Qianxiao, and its content was, Geniuses of Pine Prefecture, can anyone fight me? Chapter 885. Geniuses of Pine Prefecture, can anyone fight me? As soon as these words were spread, the entire prefecture could be said to be seething. Because Luo Qianxiao hadn't just looked down upon Lu Weiner, the Void Lord, Shangguan Yihai, and Qing Daofu, who were equally famous as him, had even looked down upon all the geniuses of the prefecture. Countless geniuses started traveling towards Sky Divine Hall in the south. Surprisingly, Lu Weiner, Shangguan Yihai, Qing Daofu, and the Void Lord didn't respond to Lu Qiangxiu's provocation. While the four of them hadn't responded, their respective sects had, and they'd said that they would send their members to attend. This time, many people seethed with excitement. Because besides sending those who were equally famous to Lu Qianxiao, it was utterly impossible for the other sects to send anyone else. After all, if the representatives they sent were weak, then they might make an embarrassment of their sects. So, it was a battle of the 5 great geniuses. Just hearing about it was enough to make one's blood boil. So, countless cultivators started traveling towards Sky Divine Hall as they hoped to witness the grand battle between the most monstrous geniuses of Pine Prefecture. The Ancient Sword School. At the top of a mountain, Yan Yi and Lu Weiner were taking a slow stroll through an ocean of flowers. Both of them were walking quite slowly through the boundless flowers, and it was a scene that was beyond beautiful. He wants to be the best, Lu Weiner spoke abruptly. Throughout the history of Pine Prefecture, no one in the younger generation has dared to speak about being the best. Because there are countless monstrous geniuses throughout the prefecture, and there were those who were renowned and those who weren't. Especially those who weren't renowned, those monstrous geniuses who didn't care about reputation were usually much more terrifying. We understand that principle, and so does he, and he's definitely clearly aware that both he and Sky Divine Hall would become the laughingstock of the prefecture if he failed. However, he still issued that invitation. Since he dared to challenge all the geniuses of the prefecture, I presume he's absolutely confident in his ability. Yan Yi stopped moving. He turned to look at Lu Weiner before he said, Weiner, you actually came to see me today just because you were afraid that I would attack Sky Divine Hall right now, right? Lu Weiner pondered deeply for a short while before she spoke. In my opinion, there is nothing you dare not do. Lu Qianxiao is very arrogant and haughty, but I think that his arrogance and haughtiness are just child's play when compared to you. She hadn't forgotten how Yang Yi was on Profounder Continent. At that time, he was a complete and utter madman. He killed members of the Hallowed Grounds, fought the defiant Profounders. Not to mention the Hallowed Grounds, how fearsome were the defiant Profounders. If they were able to recover their strengths, then not to mention Pine Prefecture, even the entire Radiance Dimension might have been in danger. The reason the defiant Profounders had lost all those years ago wasn't entirely because they weren't united, it was also because the radiant dimension had gotten outside help. In short, if Yang Yi was infuriated, then not to mention attacking Sky Divine Hall, he would even dare to pierce a hole through the heavens. Yang Yi grinned and said, "You feel I'm very arrogant and haughty?" She shook her head and said, "There are two sides to you. An evil side and a kind side, and which side you display depends on how others treat you. If others don't offend you, then you usually don't offend anyone as well. But once someone does offend you, then you transform into a devil that fears nothing." Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked into the distance as he said, "Weiner, you have to realize that good people don't survive for long in this world. I've always been like this. I don't offend others, but I kill if I'm offended. But don't worry, I won't act rashly for now. My goal now isn't to attack Sky Divine Hall but to work hard on improving my strength. Because I'll only be able to kill them with sufficient strength, otherwise they'll be killed instead." Lu Weiner spoke abruptly. "I'll accompany you there when the time comes." Yang Yi smiled. "I couldn't ask for anything better." Lu Weiner suddenly said, "Do you know what the inheritance you gave me was?" He replied, "I'm quite curious about that." How strong was the Toon Master of the Sword Spirit? Yang Yi didn't really know the answer to that question. In any case, he was very strong, extremely strong. At the very least, he wasn't inferior to the Sword Master of the ancient sword school. Moreover, he who held the sword precursor in his hand might have even been able to slaughter experts above the Saint realm. "Watch!" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Weiner took a step forward, and then she slowly grasped the hilt of the sword on her waist. After that, a strange scene appeared before Yang Yi's eyes. Lu Weiner's soul suddenly left her body and arrived above her head. At the same time, her soul maintained the same posture as her body. Slash! Her voice suddenly resounded, and then both her body and soul held her sword and slashed down with it. The attack didn't make a single sound, but a mountain in the distance which was over 3 kilometers tall and 500 m wide had been split at the center. A huge rift had appeared at its center, and both sides of the rift were smooth like a mirror. Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly while a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Lu Weiner's soul returned to her body, and then she walked over to Yang Yi before she said, "It's very formidable, and it's very formidable even in the ancient sword school. It stresses upon the perfect fusion of body and soul. It utilizes the joint strength of the body and soul, the energy of the world, and the characteristics of 3-level heaven rank sword intent. So, not only is it very strong, it is able to conceal its fluctuations as well. I once utilized it to kill a high-rank half-saint." Yang Yi pondered for a short while before he grinned and subconsciously moved his hand towards Lu Weiner's head. However, he seemed to have thought of something and withdrew his hand. "I know that you want to remind me of the gap between Lu Qianshao and me. Don't worry, I won't go fight him to the death right now." Lu Weiner suddenly said, "What are you afraid of?" Yang Yi was bewildered. "Huh!" She looked him in the eyes and said, "If you want to, then do it. I never said you couldn't." Yang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he felt quite embarrassed. Had treated her as his younger sister in the past, just like little Yao and Bauer. So, it was a habit for him to rub their heads, and it was naturally a habit had formed because of little Yao. However, Lu Weiner was all grown up now, so it wasn't suitable for him to continue doing the same. Lu Weiner continued, "Or perhaps you don't dare to because you think that I'm stronger than you now?" Yang Yi chuckled, and then he stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. "What about now?" A slight smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. "You know, having my head rubbed by you makes me feel doted upon and safe. I really like that feeling. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. Quickly continue with your cultivation. I'm still waiting for you to attain the half-saint realm so I can have a real battle with you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Weiner waved her hand and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Yang Yi stood there and stared blankly for a long time after she left, and then he finally returned to his cultivation room. His cultivation room was very large, and it was simply stretched too far for the eye to take in completely. Besides that, It was covered in a barrier that was set up by a saint, so it could be said to be solid as a fortress. So, not to mention him, even the joint forces of 10 high-rank half-saints wouldn't be able to shake the barrier. Yang Yi immediately withdrew 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones and placed them within the room, and then he ignited them. After all, he didn't have to swallow them anymore. As soon as those energy stones were transformed into energy, all of it flowed into him, transformed into violet profound energy, and then surged into the tiny vortex. Presently, the tiny vortex could absorb energy on its own. So, after he withdrew those energy stones and ignited them, Head paid no further attention to the tiny vortex and started to cultivate the Divine Fist of Destruction instead. The Divine Fist of Destruction placed a huge demand on his physical strength. Fortunately, he was barely able to meet the conditions. As for the 9 rebirth technique, Head started cultivating it as well for no other reason than because his strength would multiply upon attaining the half-saint realm. He wasn't able to refuse such temptation. As for the subsequent stages of the technique, he didn't intend to cultivate them, of course. What a joke! He detested the suffering he would have to endure if he had to cultivate all over again. Just like that, Yang Yi absorbed the energy from the energy stones while cultivating both the 9 rebirth technique and the Divine Fist of Destruction. Moreover, he even used the spare time he had to get accustomed to the Herculean sword. A month passed by without a sound. Yang Yi had exhausted 2,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones during this period, but there was still no movement from the tiny vortex, nor did it release anything from within it. Yang Yi was rendered quite speechless by this outcome. However, he had no choice but to continue exhausting more energy stones. While there had been no movement from the tiny vortex, Yang Yi had made quite a bit of progress when it came to the Divine Fist of Destruction and the Herculean sword. Because the Divine Fist of Destruction technique which the Tao Order's founding ancestor had planted within his mind wasn't just detailed, it even had the founding ancestor's annotations. So, it wasn't difficult to cultivate at all. After a period of repeated practice, he was able to barely execute it now. Of course, it was naturally not very powerful, but it wasn't weak as well. At the very least, it was stronger than 20 overlapped heavenrands. 20 overlapped heavenrands that were enhanced by 3-level heaven rank sword intent. Besides the Divine Fist of Destruction, had gotten quite accustomed to utilizing the Herculean sword now. Not only did he have no need of using 2 hands to hold it anymore, he could swing it at least 10 times in a breath of time. If it was an ordinary sword, then even swinging it 1,000 times in a breath of time wouldn't be a problem. However, it was extraordinary to be able to swing the Herculean sword 10 times in a breath of time. If the Herculean sword was placed atop an Exalt Realm expert, then it would be absolutely capable of crushing an Exalt Realm expert alive. It was even to the extent that some Monarch Realm experts couldn't endure its weight. As for the 9 rebirth technique, it wasn't difficult at all. Actually, it should be said that the 1 stage wasn't difficult at all. It was only very painful to cultivate, and it placed huge demands on the strength of one's physical body. But Yang Yi's body fully conformed to its requirements for the 1 stage. As for the pain, had suffered more than enough throughout his life, so that little bit of pain he experienced was really nothing to him. Now, all he had to do was wait until he attained the half-saint realm. Time passed slowly, and another month passed by. Had attained 60 or 70% mastery of the Divine Fist of Destruction technique, and it could be used in battle now. As for the Herculean sword, he could swing it around 30 times in a breath of time. In any case, if he couldn't crush his opponent to death within 30 moves, then he had to run because his strength would be exhausted. The only thing that made him feel depressed was that there was still no movement from the tiny vortex after he exhausted all the extreme-grade energy stones he possessed. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and was just about to give up. However, the tiny vortex suddenly started revolving, and then a young girl appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw her, because had never seen her in his life. However, she felt extraordinarily familiar to him. Chapter 886. The girl was quite young at around the age of 16. Her skin was snow white, and while she seemed to be quite young and immature, she was extremely beautiful. She wore a violet-colored dress while a violet and gold sash was tied tightly around her waist, causing her slender and delicate figure to be vividly displayed. However, even though she seemed young, she possessed an elegant and dignified aura. Yang Yi was just about to speak when she suddenly embraced him, and then immediately started crying. The girl grew more and more agitated as she cried, and her tears simply flowed down like rivers that completely drenched Yang Yi's clothes. Yang Yi was completely stunned. A long time passed before he lightly tapped the crying girl and said, Who are you?" The young girl raised her head, and she seemed quite pitiable, while her long eyelashes had pearls of tears on them. It was truly a pitiable sight. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's head and ceaselessly rubbed her head against his chin. Bang! Yang Yi's figure stiffened while his mind simply felt as if it had exploded. A long time passed before he wrapped his arms tightly around her fine waist as if he wanted to squeeze her into himself. Zier! You're Zier! The young girl before him was the little fellow Zier. Of course, Shed taken human form right now. The most unforgettable person in his lifetime was definitely Zier. Because Shed gone through thick and thin with him until now, and the relationship they had was simply indescribable with words. The two of them just embraced each other for around an hour before they finally split apart. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and placed it on Zier's face, and he gently wiped off her tears as he asked, Are all of them fine? Zier nodded, and then she embraced Yang Yi and spoke softly. Something suddenly changed in the world within the tiny vortex that day. A mysterious force sealed the world within the tiny vortex, and so we were unable to gain contact with the outside world. Do you know how worried about you we were? We were truly worried, truly very worried. Yang Yi felt quite moved and said, I was in the exact same state. Fortunately, we're all fine. Right, since you were able to come out from there, then can Qin Shi and the others be able to do the same? She shook his head in response. That mysterious force hasn't dispersed completely, but it's gradually vanished because a huge amount of violet energy entered the world in Pagoda, and that mysterious force started to weaken. The reason I was able to come out was because everyone joined forces to help me while I possessed extremely powerful spatial techniques. That was why I was able to pierce through the mysterious force. They'll only be able to come out if that mysterious force weakens further. A mysterious force? Yang Yi frowned. How could another force exist within the primordial pagoda? It was probably created by the pagoda. Zier continued. The primordial pagoda was severely threatened because you executed an extremely powerful sword technique, so it released that mysterious energy to seal off the world within the pagoda. Unfortunately, it still suffered a heavy injury, and it's utterly incapable of removing the seal on itself in its current state. So, that's why it has been constantly absorbing violet energy. Because it'll only be able to remove that energy once it has recovered from its injuries. The expression on Yang Yi's face eased up slightly when he heard this. Because it would be fine so long as someone hadn't entered his body by force and sealed the primordial pagoda. After all, it would truly be terrifying if that was the case. Fortunately, it was only the primordial pagoda's own doing, and that meant that it would recover if he supplied sufficient extreme-grade energy stones to it. When he thought up to this point, the worries in Yang Yi's heart had finally eased up. He sized up Zier, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. Zier, you've attained the high rank of the half-saint realm? I just did. Zier grinned. It was the reason why I was able to leave the pagoda. My cultivation isn't very stable right now, so I have to consolidate it for some time. Suddenly she frowned, and then her hands shot straight beneath Yang Yi's clothes. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as Zier took a few steps back, and then two women appeared in front of Yang Yi. It was the two snakes who called themselves Qing and Hong. Which demon king do you belong to? Hong stared fixedly at Zier while there was a trace of vigilance and hostility in her eyes. Me. Yang Yi suddenly walked over to Zier and said, Are you all right? Zier shook her head and said, Why are there two snakes with you? That's a long story, I'll tell it to you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to gaze at Qing and Hong. There was a trace of heaviness and vigilance in his eyes. While they were high-rank half-saints just like Seer, their strengths clearly far surpassed Seer. But it made sense because they were trying to charge into the saint realm that day. While they were high-rank half-saints, they were absolutely not ordinary high-rank half-saints. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, I was in the wrong for causing both of you to be struck by the wrath of the heavens. But even if your strengths haven't recovered completely, the nourishment of my violet profound energy should have restored around 80 or 90% of your strength. So, both of you can leave now. Had thought for a moment, and decided to stay away from these women. Especially Hong, because it was really dangerous to keep her by his side. Are you trying to make us leave? Hong's face turned slightly gloomy while there was a wisp of hostility in her eyes. Yang Yi replied, I can't do anything about it if you intend to take it in that way. Hong spoke indifferently. I refuse. Yang Yi was slightly stunned and said, You're trying to hang on to me now? Meanwhile, Qing walked over to Yang Yi and said, Even though we've recovered quite a bit, we still haven't recovered fully. We have to rely on your profound energy to completely recover our strength, otherwise it's very likely that we would have to exhaust over 100 years to recover. So allow us to stay by your side, all right? We'll help you in battle. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he said, How confident are you in your ability to attain the Saint Realm? If you use your violet profound energy to help us, then we are at least 40% confident. Qing's eyes flickered with excitement. Yang Yi frowned. Only 40? Do you think it's that easy? Hong spoke angrily. 40% is considered to be very high. After all, countless people aren't even 10% confident in their chances of success. Yang Yi disregarded Hong and gazed at Qing as he spoke. Both of you can stay, but you have to agree to a condition of mine. You have to help me do 3 things if you're able to attain the Saint Realm, all right? Why should we? Qing hadn't even spoken when Hong spoke before her. After all, both of you can leave right now. Yang Yi immediately interrupted her. You! Hong was furious, and she glared angrily at Yang Yi. Trust me, I'll swallow you alive right now. All I need is a moment to send out a transmission, and at least 5 saints would be here in an instant. Yang Yi gazed coldly at Hong as he spoke. After all, it was the ancient sword school's territory, so he really could make the experts of the sword school come here if he wanted. Actually, it could be said that the saints of the sword school already had their attention focused here. Hong intended to say something in response, but Qing stopped her and said, We agree. If we can attain the Saint Realm, then we'll definitely help you do 3 things. However, I hope you'll lend us a hand when we are charging into the Saint Realm. Yang Yi replied, Of course. Hong suddenly said, Aren't you afraid that we would go back on our word? Yang Yi grinned. Demon beasts are usually quite trustworthy. Since you've agreed, then both of you should agree to my requests if they aren't too difficult for the 2 of you. Hong glanced at Yang Yi and grunted coldly. After knowing you for so long, it's the first time you spoke something proper. As soon as she finished speaking, both she and Qing transformed into fine and tiny snakes that entered Yang Yi's clothes. I have to consolidate my cultivation. So you can't disturb me during this period. As soon as she finished speaking, Zir immediately returned to her original form, and a violet mink descended onto Yang Yi's shoulder. Kid, come to the hall. Meanwhile, Taoist Gus' voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yi's mind. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the hall. Compared to the last time, there were much fewer people here. There were only around 10 here. Jian Wuchen sat at the seat of the host, and Taoist Gu was by his side. There's something which is good news for you, but I still intend to ask about your opinion on the matter. Jian Wuchen continued. The Dean of the Ocean of Clouds Academy wants to employ you as an instructor of the academy. Are you willing to take the job? Yang Yi's brows knit slightly together. An instructor? Jian Wuchen nodded in response. Kid, if you agree, then you'll be the 2nd youth instructor in the history of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Yang Yi asked. Would I gain anything from it? Jian Wuchen shook his head. There are benefits. You'll get 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones every single month. Besides that, you can enter the Academy's scripture reserve. If you have the ability, you can even enter its combat technique pavilion and cultivation technique pavilion. Don't underestimate these pavilions. If one were to name a power with the best cultivation and combat techniques throughout the prefecture, then it would definitely be the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Because many techniques there come from the Central Divine Prefecture. When he spoke up to this point, Jian Wuchen stood up and said, I know that you might not value all of that, but I still hope that you'll agree. Yang Yi asked. Why? Jian Wuchen replied. You killed many disciples of the Academy. While its higher-ups have stopped the others from acting, there are still many within the Academy who are disgruntled and displeased. So many disciples from our sword school are suffering in the Academy. If you are to take the position, then it'll be a very good opportunity to resolve the enmity between our sword school and the Academy. Yang Yi said. All right. Jian Wuchen grinned and said, Remember that you must try your best to keep a low profile when you deal with others and only display your ability when accomplishing tasks for the Academy. Understand? You're afraid that I would cause trouble there, right? Yang Yi rolled his eyes and said, Actually, I've always won people over with virtue. Fuck off. Chapter 887. Win others over with virtue? Jian Wuchen and the others shook their heads. After all, if Yang Yi won people over with virtue, then would anyone who did that even exist in this world? They had no knowledge of Yang Yi's past, but could anything Yang Yi did in Pine Prefecture be considered as trying to win others over with virtue? If those fellows whom he killed knew that he considered that to be winning them over with virtue, then one could only wonder if they would rise up from the dead. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Why do they want me to be an instructor there? While there wasn't any deep enmity between him and the Ocean of Clouds Academy, they could absolutely not be said to have a friendly relationship. After all, had killed numerous disciples of the Academy. To a certain extent, had slapped the Academy in the face. Jian Wuchen remained silent for a while before he said, Perhaps it's related to White Deer Academy. No matter what, it's absolutely beneficial to you and isn't disadvantageous at all. If that old geezer has any requests of you, then don't hold back at all and extort him for everything you can. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The pagoda of sword intent is gone. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi knew the old man because it was that fellow, Elder Shao, who said that Yang Yi was one who loved to cause trouble. The corners of Yang Yi's eyes twitched. Is he trying to denounce me now? While he didn't know Elder Shao's exact status in the sword school, he had no doubt that it was absolutely not low. Because even Jian Wuchen was rather respectful towards Elder Shao. From now onward, it'll be countless times more difficult for the disciples of our sword school to improve their sword intent. Elder Shao continued with a slightly gloomy tone, and it even carried a trace of faint rage. Jian Wuchen was about to speak, but Elder Shao gazed at Yang Yi and said, You did it right? It was impossible to lie about, so Yang Yi nodded like a man and said, Indeed. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Taoist Gu and said, Master said that I could devour them as I pleased if I had the ability to do so. After all, this matter was quite serious, so he couldn't bear the responsibility for it on his own. So, had hastily dragged Taoist Gu down into it. The corners of Taoist Gu's mouth twitched, and then he gazed at Jian Wuchen and said, The sword master is aware of this as well. What a joke! Even he wasn't able to bear the responsibility for this. After all, the pagoda of sword intent was a paradise of cultivation for the disciples of the sword school. Now that it had been destroyed, there were definitely countless who were filled with resentment, and that even included those old fellows of the sword school. In any case, he didn't want to become the common enemy of the entire sword school. Jian Wuchen glanced at Yang Yi and Taoist Gu before he spoke. I'm indeed aware of this. Right, the founding ancestor is aware as well. So, well, wait for the founding ancestor's reply before we decide what is to be done. Everyone here rolled their eyes when they heard this. All of these three fellows are masters at pushing away the responsibility to others. Elder Shao glanced at Jian Wuchen and said, "Sword Master, there's no need for that. Actually, I was quite surprised that he could devour all the sword intent there. Now that it has already come to this, I don't intend to blame anyone. After all, he's a disciple of our sword school at any rate. But it's hardly justifiable to just give it to him like that, right?" Jian Wuchen asked. "Elder Shao, then what do you think we should do? There are less than 3 years to the next martial rankings." Elder Shao glanced at Yang Yi and continued, "We can forget this matter if he's able to fight his way into the top 30. If he can't, then it proves that giving the sword intent to him was a waste. So, I hope that Sword Master will punish him according to the rules of the sword school." Jian Wuchen pondered deeply for a moment before he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "What do you think? Only the top 30? Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "It's only the top 30. It's not a problem." To be honest, after he absorbed all the sword intent and found out about its significance to the sword school, he felt quite guilty in his heart. After all, countless disciples needed it to improve their sword intent. Now that Head absorbed it all, it represented that it would be countless times more difficult for them to improve their sword intent from now on. So, Head immediately agreed when Elder Shao raised such a requirement. While he didn't know what the martial rankings was, he felt that the top 30 shouldn't be a problem for him. Only the top 30? The corners of Elder Shao's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and said, "Good. Very good. Remember what you've said. Don't blame me for being merciless if you fail. Elder Shao, you seem to not hold any confidence in me." Yang Yi continued, "Since it's like that, why don't we make a bet? Do you think that I would fear you? Let's bet if you want." Elder Shao spoke indifferently. Yang Yi grinned. "How about this? If I'm able to ascend that rankings you speak of, then Elder Shao must support me no matter what I do, all right?" The old man before him was definitely an extraordinary expert that might even be on par with Jian Wuchen. If he could get the old man to back him up, then it would be absolutely good news for him. Elder Shao glanced at Yang Yi and said, "If you're able to fight your way into the top 30, then I'll support you until the end even if you offend a diamond rank power. However, if you fail, then I'll extract your sword intent and return it to the pagoda of sword intent." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Shao's figure flashed and vanished on the spot. After that, the other elders gazed at Yang Yi and shook their heads. Yang Yi was stunned. He gazed at Jian Wuchen and said, "Is it very difficult?" Jian Wuchen spoke flatly. "It isn't very difficult. It's just open to saints as well." Yang Yi's face stiffened. What a joke! Even saints could participate. Was I a little too full of myself when I said that I could when I only have 3 years? Don't worry. Old fellows like us are naturally unable to join. Taoist Gu consoled him. Saints can participate indeed. However, it's only limited to those innate saints. In other words, only saints below the age of 30 are allowed to participate. Not to mention our prefecture, there are very few of such existences even in the central divine prefecture. So, you have a very good chance. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "I hope so." Meanwhile, a golden piece of paper appeared before him while Jian Wuchen's voice resounded. "This is your letter of appointment. Head to the academy with this, and you can take up your new position there." Yang Yi's gaze focused onto the paper, and he saw a row of words there, Outer Court Instructor. The Ocean of Clouds Academy is divided into the Outer Court, Inner Court, and Secret Court. Every single court has 4 classes differentiated by the alphabet from A to D. Practically all the disciples of the Outer Court are at the Exalt realm or below, while the Inner Court is filled with disciples at the Monarch realm to the Half-Saint realm. As for the Secret Court, I don't know the strength of its students because it's the most mysterious and strongest part of the academy," said Jian Wuchen. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Should I head there right now?" Jian Wuchen grinned. "Of course. After all, the Academy's outer court is in its recruitment period right now. In other words, your students will be new students. If you head over right now, then you can get to know them in advance. Remember what I said. Keep a low profile there and only display your ability when needed. After all, you represent the sword school now, and you can't allow others to look down on our sword school. Don't worry, while I can't guarantee anything else, I can guarantee that this kid will definitely not allow himself to suffer a loss. Daoisku chuckled. Kid, the Ocean of Clouds Academy is filled with experts, so don't get in over your head. Most importantly, don't lose to any disciple of the academy, otherwise both you and our sword school will be utterly humiliated. When he spoke up to this point, Daoisku flicked a scroll over to Yang Yi and said, "This is a map of the prefecture, and the location of the various powers throughout the prefecture are marked on it. Besides that, do you see those red dots? Those red dots mark places that are still very dangerous to you. So don't go court death, alright?" Yang Yi took the scroll and sighed with emotion in his heart. This is the benefit of belonging to a sect. Besides having their support and resources, I gain so much more that others aren't able to obtain. Yang Yi held the scroll as he bowed a little to Jian Wuchen and Daoisku, and then he left the hall. Jian Wuchen watched Yang Yi walk out before he spoke abruptly. I wonder what he experienced in the past. Did you feel it? While he has joined our sword school, he clearly carries a trace of resistance towards accepting the members of our sword school. Besides that, he does respect us, but there's no fear in him when he faces us. Is he fearless for he is ignorant, or is it because he has some sort of terrifying trump card? Daoisku shook his head and said, No matter what, that kid's character is quite good. Just as he said, so long as we don't betray him, then he won't betray our sword school. That's more than enough. Jian Wuchen spoke softly. Right. Yang Yi didn't head straight for the academy. He went to the Heavenly Sword Peak instead. In a room there, Fan Meng gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke softly. I heard you're going to the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Moreover, Fan Li was by her side. At this moment, both of them weren't considered members of the sword school, and they'd assumed the identity of Yang Yi's family and were staying at his residence within the sword school. Yang Yi nodded and said, Cultivate well here once I've gone there. If you don't know anything or are bullied, you can go seek help from senior brothers Chen Dong and Wu Yanzhong. All of them think that both my sister and I are yours, so how could they dare to bully us? Fan Meng's voice almost sounded like the buzz of a mosquito, and her face had even turned rosy. It made her seem beautiful and capable of moving the hearts of all men. Fan Li had quite an uncomfortable expression on her face as well. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly, and then he gazed at Fan Li. Take good care of her, and take good care of yourself. I hope that you'd have attained the monarch realm and Fan Meng has successfully joined the ancient sword school when we meet again. Fan Li gazed at him and spoke softly. Take care. Yang Yi nodded, and then he walked out of the room. Big sister, let's both marry him, alright? Fan Li was at a loss for words. After he left the Heavenly Sword Peak, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light and shot towards the academy on his sword. Ocean of Clouds Academy! I'm coming! Yang Yi's voice resounded through the sky. End of Book 7. Chapter 888. Book 8, Defiance. Actually, he didn't intend to continue his closed-door cultivation even if the Ocean of Clouds Academy hadn't invited him to be an instructor for them. After all, his strength had arrived at a certain level, and it was especially so for his sword techniques and sword intent. So, it was impossible for them to be improved further even if he continued his cultivation. Only live combat could improve his strength now. Of course, the reason Head agreed was mainly because the enmity between him and the academy had made life difficult for the disciples of the ancient sword school who were at the academy. He was the cause of it, so he had to resolve the conflict between himself and the academy. Besides that, the academy had information related to the Central Divine Prefecture and the entire Radiance Dimension. He definitely had to head to the Central Divine Prefecture in the future, so he had to obtain information about it in advance. It would be best if he could find out about the clans related to Elder Mu and Zhuge Shenmao. had never forgotten what Elder Mu had entrusted him with. Yang Yi had to head to Ocean of Clouds City if he wanted to get to the academy because the academy was situated in the sky above the city. Ocean of Clouds City was very famous in Pine Prefecture because it was the largest city in the prefecture. Besides that, it was the territory of the most mysterious power in the prefecture, the Ocean of Clouds Academy. While the Ocean of Clouds Academy wasn't the strongest platinum rank sect in the prefecture, there was no doubt that its status was the most aloof, and it was the existence which powers didn't want or dare to offend the most. The academy never participated in the battles throughout the prefecture, and it allowed the disciples of all powers to join the academy and learn there. However, they had to obey the rules of the academy while they studied in the academy. Once they graduated, they could choose to stay in the academy or leave. They weren't forced to do anything, and it all depended on themselves. It could be said that the students of the academy were extremely free. So, countless powers were willing to allow their disciples to join the academy. However, the academy's standards of acceptance were quite high. The test eligibility requirement was to attain the Exalt realm before the age of 20, and only after one fulfilled that requirement could one attempt to pass through a string of tests prepared by the academy. The only way to become a student of the academy was to pass those tests. There were towering mountains all around Ocean of Clouds City. The mountain range was called Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, and a well-known demon king resided in the mountain range, the Welkin Wolf Demon King. Amongst the experts of the prefecture, the Welkin Wolf Demon King's strength could definitely be ranked in the top 5. While Welkin Wolf Mountain Range surrounded Ocean of Clouds City, it wasn't enemies with the academy, but it wasn't friendly with the academy either. It should be said that both sides were using each other. The academy used the demon beasts in the mountain range to temper its students, while the demon beasts of the mountain range similarly utilized the students of the academy to temper themselves. Both sides had an unspoken understanding. Yang Yi stopped when he arrived at Welkin Wolf Mountain Range because the sky above the entire mountain range had a mysterious formation covering it. Of course, his strength was sufficient to force his way through, but had stopped in the end. Because it was a spot on the map that was labeled with a red dot. In other words, it was a dangerous place to him right now. He could have utilized the teleportation formation in the Ancient Sword School to arrive immediately at Ocean of Clouds City. However, he hadn't because he wanted to see the prefecture. After all, had been constantly cultivating throughout his life, and it was especially so once he arrived at the Radiant Dimension. Cultivating for too long was naturally quite boring. So, his current plan was to observe the scenery and enjoy a few days of calmness. As soon as he descended to the ground, Yang Yi swept the surroundings with his gaze, and he noticed that it was covered in endless mountains and huge trees which blotted out the sky. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for a while, and then he turned his head to glance at the violet mink who was meditating on his shoulder. He grinned, and then his figure flashed into the forest. Yang Yi dashed swiftly all along the way while ceaselessly sensing the auras of the demon beasts in the surroundings. So long as there was a demon beast ahead, then he would choose to go around it because he wasn't here to kill and collect inner cores. Moreover, because of the little fellow, had never taken the initiative to kill demon beasts, and he only killed them if they attacked him. There are people here? Suddenly Yang Yi hurriedly stopped himself. Unfortunately, it was too late because a man and a woman had appeared not too far away within his field of vision. Of course, it was naturally not a problem if they were in a normal state. But the problem was that they weren't. Both of them were completely down their birthday suits, and they were engaging in the most primitive form of exercise. Oh! Faster! Faster! A wave of delicate gasps resounded incessantly. Suddenly, a soft exclaim resounded while both their bodies twitched as if they'd been shocked by lightning. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and was about to leave. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "By foam, he can't be allowed to leave alive!" Only now did Yang Yi recall that had actually forgotten to conceal his aura. Meanwhile, a strand of sword energy had arrived behind him. Yang Yi moved to the side and dodged it, and then he gazed at the pair who'd worn their clothes now. The man wore a white robe and held a jade white paper fan in his hand. He seemed quite carefree and handsome. While the woman couldn't compare to Fanli and the others, she wasn't bad either. She wore a green dress, had a slender figure, and a pretty appearance. Especially now that there was a trace of rosiness after the act lingering on her forehead, it made her seem quite attractive. Both of them were low-rank Exalt Realm cultivators. That was exactly why they dared to attack him even when they couldn't see through his cultivation. Yang Yi said. "In just passing by." The woman spoke gloomily. "You saw something you shouldn't, so you deserve death." The man nodded and was about to attack. However, they suddenly frowned while a robust man and a woman flashed over from afar. "Shioro, brotherly, I thought something happened to the both of you." The robust man walked over to the woman, and then he stretched out his hand and took hers while concern filled his eyes. The woman by the robust man's side glanced at the woman in a green dress and the white-robed man, but she didn't say a word. "Brother Manly, we encountered a few spirit realm demon beasts, and that was why we were delayed." While the white-robed man was speaking to the robust man, his gaze was locked on Yang Yi instead, and the intent to warn Yang Yi to not say anything was absolutely obvious. The woman in a green dress glanced at Yang Yi in the same way, and then she pulled her hand away from the robust man's grasp and spoke flatly. "Both Brother Bai and I are at the Exalt Realm, so we would be fine even if we encounter Exalt Realm demon beasts. What are you worried about?" Manly smiled embarrassedly and said, "So long as you're fine. That's all that matters." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yang Yi and said, "Brother, are you participating in the Academy's test as well?" Yang Yi, who was about to leave, had suddenly stopped moving, and he asked, "The Academy's test?" Manly nodded and smiled. "We're in the middle of the Academy's recruitment test. Brother, aren't you doing the same?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment because he hadn't expected the recruitment tests to have begun. In other words, if all of them were to pass the test, then wouldn't they be considered his students? When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi said, "I'm participating in the test as well." Manly smiled when he heard that. "Since it's like that, then why don't you join our group? Staying united is better than being all alone. After all, the Exalt Realm demon beasts in the mountain range are really powerful." The woman in a green dress and the white-robed man revealed slightly gloomy expressions when they heard him, and their gazes towards Yang Yi carried a trace of ghastly killing intent. Yang Yi disregarded them and nodded. He was quite curious about the Academy's test, so he intended to join them and watch. Just like that, Yang Yi became a member of their group. He found out from Manly that the woman in a green dress was called Tang Shiro, and she was his fiancée. The white-robed man was Tang Zaira's cousin brother by phone. As for the other woman, her name was Chu Yu, and she was childhood friends with Manly. Actually, Yang Yi felt that their relationship was quite complicated. However, he didn't want to interfere in their private life, so he just followed them in silence. But even then, Tang Shiro and Beifeng's killing intent towards him grew stronger and stronger. Their assignment was to hunt and kill 10 Exalt Realm demon beasts and collect the inner cores. Demon beasts were much stronger than humans at the same realm of cultivation, so it was quite difficult for each of them to hunt and kill 10. Besides the 4 of them, there were around 200 others that were taking the test as well. All of them had the same assignment. As for their grades in the test, it was naturally determined by the number of inner cores they returned with. 10 could only be considered as barely passing, and they would only be sent to the D class even if they could enter the outer court. So, all of them wanted to kill more demon beasts. However, they were aware of the limits of their strengths, so they could only hunt and kill Exalt Realm demon beasts that were alone. As for those that were in groups of 2 or more, they ran as far as they could from such groups of demon beasts. Biafeng suddenly asked Yang Yi, "Yi Yang, how many Exalt Realm demon beasts have you killed?" Yang Yi hadn't told them his real name. He hadn't done so because he wanted to make them underestimate him and take them by surprise. It was because he wanted to avoid trouble. After all, his name was quite well known throughout the prefecture. Yang Yi glanced indifferently at Beifeng when he heard this and said, "Not many, but it shouldn't be a problem for me to pass." Is that so? Bai Feng laughed coldly and said, I'm quite a kind person, so I wanted to remind Brother Yi that since it isn't a problem for you to pass, then it's best to be careful. After all, people are dying in this mountain range at all times. You're very right. Yang Yi nodded and spoke with agreement. One really should be cautious, or you wouldn't even know how you died. Manly, why don't we split up and look for demon beasts? Tang Xiaoro spoke abruptly. We can contact each other if we locate any demon beasts that are alone. Manly hesitated for a moment and said, Xiaoro, I'm afraid that you would be in danger. What are you afraid of? We're all at the Exalt realm. Even if we lose in battle, we can still escape. Tang Xiaoro continued. Moreover, I'll have my cousin brother with me. What are you afraid of? Manly glanced at Bai Feng and hesitated for a moment before he said, All right, be careful. Ayue and I will go towards the left with Brother Yi. Both of you can head towards the right. Remember not to attack if you encounter any Exalt realm demon beasts. Tang Xiaoro spoke abruptly. Brother Yi will come with us instead. Manly glanced at Yang Yi and said, All right. After that, he withdrew a transmission talisman and passed it to Yang Yi. Brother Yi, please activate this talisman if there's an emergency. You'll definitely get there in less than 3 breaths of time. Yang Yi glanced at the transmission talisman and smiled. Thank you. Manly nodded, and then it didn't take long for him and Chuyu to vanish from their fields of vision. However, Chuyu took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, Bai Feng, and Tang Xiaoro before they left. As soon as Manly and Chuyu vanished from their fields of vision, Tang Xiao's figure suddenly flashed over to Yang Yi, and then her fair hand clamped down onto his throat while she spoke ferociously. Do you want to die? Chapter 889. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, her figure was blasted flying and smashed through around 10 huge trees before finally crashing to the ground. You! Bai Feng was shocked. He was just about to say something when he saw something flash before his eyes, and then he felt sharp pain come from his stomach. After that, he was blasted flying as well, and he crashed to the ground by Tang Xiao's side. The two of them had just stood up when Yang Yi appeared in front of them again, and then he grabbed both of them by the throat. Both of them were astounded by the sudden turn of events, and they gazed at Yang Yi with horror. After all, even an idiot would have realized that Yang Yi wasn't an ordinary expert. Tang Xiaoro spoke with a terrified voice. Who exactly are you? Yang Yi glanced at them and said, I'm not interested in paying any attention to that crap between the two of you. Understand? Roar! Suddenly a huge black wolf jumped out from the forest, and it was extremely huge like a small hill. A ferocious glow flashed through its eyes when it noticed Yang Yi's group, and then it pounced at them. Bang! Tang Xiaoro and Bai Feng hadn't even been able to see what happened before the enormous wolf smashed against the ground and twitched incessantly. This time, their figures couldn't help but start shivering. Because the wolf was at the Exalt realm. Yang Yi released the two of them, and they immediately slumped down to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, Out of consideration for the fact that both of you might become become students of the Ocean of Clouds Academy, I'll let it go this time. I presume both of you won't dare to do this again. While Manly seemed like a pretty good guy, he didn't want to interfere in their private affairs. Because he didn't know anything about it. Since he didn't, he naturally had no right to judge them. Moreover, even if he did understand the situation, he didn't want to interfere in something like that. Who are you? Asked Tang Xiaoro. This time, her voice wasn't oppressive and aggressive, and it carried extreme fear instead. Do you really want to know? Yang Yi glanced indifferently at her. Tang Xiaoro seemed to have thought of something when she heard this, and her delicate figure shivered as she quickly said, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Yang Yi was slightly stunned before he felt quite amused. Looks like she's afraid that I would kill her to keep her quiet. Yang Yi was about to say something when he suddenly turned around and looked towards the distance. Show yourself! As soon as he spoke, a man who wore a luxurious robe and was biting on a weed appeared within their fields of vision. The man sized up Yang Yi and the others before his gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and a slightly evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. What powerful senses! You immediately noticed me when I arrived. There really are all sorts of experts hidden amongst the people participating in the test. Yang Yi sized up the man and nodded slightly. The man was at the mid-rank of the Exalt realm before the age of 20, and his aura was quite thick and heavy. Obviously, had attained his cultivation through his own ability and hard work, and he hadn't relied on medicinal pills or other treasures to improve it by force. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, and then a man who held a spear arrived here. The black-robed man's gaze stopped on the man in a luxurious robe, and then he looked straight at Yang Yi and the others. Don't waste my time. Just hand over all the inner cores you have, and you can avoid suffering while I can avoid wasting my time. Tang Xiaoro and Bai Feng's expressions changed slightly, and they instinctively moved towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, You can seize them from each other? Of course. The man in a luxurious robe suddenly smiled. Not only must we fight demon beasts on Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, we have to fight the other participants as well. Of course, while we can seize their inner cores, we're not allowed to kill. However, it doesn't matter if we heavily injure others. He. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. He wasn't against it, nor did he feel disgusted by it. Because it wouldn't just increase the test's difficulty, it would make them compete against each other. Yang Yi moved aside when he thought up to this point, and he said, Go ahead. He naturally refused to interfere, or wouldn't this test be completely meaningless? Tang Xiaoro and Bai Feng were slightly stunned, and then their expressions became extremely unsightly. Even though the black-robed man was only at the mid-rank of the Exalt realm, his strength definitely far surpassed their own. So if Yang Yi refused to help, then they would definitely lose. Both of them shot pleading gazes at Yang Yi. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, He's all alone while there are two of you. If both of you work together and fight him with all your might, then perhaps you'll be able to turn the tables. Surrender or fight, make the choice yourselves. The black-robed man suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and said, I want yours as well. Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. Bang! The entire ground shook violently while countless cracks instantly swept through the ground. Moreover, the huge trees in the surroundings were immediately blasted apart, and were transformed into bits that sprayed through the air. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man and said, Are you sure? The black-robed man gazed at Yang Yi for a while, and then he withdrew his hand and said, I take back what I said. After that, he gazed at Tang Xiaoro and Bai Feng. Are you going to hand it over or should I take it? Don't you dare! Suddenly, a furious howl resounded, and then Manli and Chu Yu arrived here. Manli walked over to Tang Xiaoro and protected her behind himself before he glared angrily at the black-robed man. Brother, the test is difficult for us all. Why don't you just spare us? If you have the ability, you can feel free to take mine instead. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man's spear shot forward. Manli's expression turned grim. A huge hammer appeared in his grasp with a flip of his palm, and he smashed it towards the speak. Bang! A muffled bang resounded. Manli's figure was pushed backwards by almost 300 m before he finally stopped himself. Moreover, an extremely obvious and scarlet-red crack had appeared at the center of his palm while blood covered his entire hand. But it didn't take long for Manli's figure to flash over and stand in front of Tang Xiaoro again. He used his left hand to hold the hammer this time while he spoke solemnly. Xiaoro, leave with your cousin brother and Chu Yu. Bai Feng hurriedly nodded when he heard this. Don't worry, Brother Man'll definitely take good care of them. As he spoke, he turned around with the intention of leaving. However, had already taken 2 steps when he realized that both Tang Xiaoro and Chu Yu hadn't moved at all. Let's go! He shouted at them. Why are you so silly? Tang Xiaoro suddenly roared furiously at Manli. I don't live you at all. Do you realize that? I do. Manli continued. You like your cousin brother. Then why are you still treating me like this? Do you know that we've already been with each other? Tang Xiaoro howled. I even have his child. Manly had a trace of pain on his face when he heard this, and he nodded. I know. I know everything. You. Baifeng gazed at Manly with astonishment. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Manly knew about his relationship with Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was stunned as well because she hadn't expected him to know. Manly took a deep breath and said, Xiao, I actually know everything. While I really like you, I know that you don't like me at all. You like your cousin brother. The reason you agreed to our marriage was because you were pressured to do so by your clan. All I'm aware of it all. But what can I do about that when I have feelings for you? When he spoke up to this point, Manly took another deep breath and turned around to face her. I asked to be allowed to leave my clan when I left for the academy. In other words, I'm not a member of the Man clan anymore. Since I'm not, then the marriage between us has naturally been annulled. So you're free now. I'm free. Tang Xiao muttered while seeming to be in a daze, and Baifeng quickly supported her. Manly grinned and said, You're free now. After that, he gazed at Chuyu, and there was a gentle gaze filled with guilt in his eyes. Awa, I'm sorry. I'd only had Shiro within my eyes for the last few years, and I overlooked you. Give me a chance to make it up to you, alright? 2 streams of tears instantly rolled down Chuyu's face when she heard him. Baifeng wrapped his arms tightly around Shiro as he spoke with excitement. Xiao, we can finally be together in the open. However, he hadn't noticed that Tang Xiao's gaze was still on Manly and Chuyu, who were in each other's arms. A long time passed before she withdrew her gaze and wrapped her arms tightly around Baifeng. He was her final pillar of support. Both of you'll be together? Hee, that may not necessarily be the case. Suddenly, a voice resounded before a man in an embroidered robe appeared within their fields of vision. The man was handsome, with skin that was fair as jade, red lips, and pearl-white teeth. The other men here were utterly incapable of being compared to him. He was definitely a man that even women might find themselves inferior to. Ling Yuran! Baifeng exclaimed when he saw the man. Ling Yuran was from the same area as they were. However, he was from a gold rank power while they were from a silver rank power, so they couldn't be compared at all. Yan Yi glanced at the man. In the end, he glanced at the man's chest before he withdrew his gaze. Ling Yuran's gaze descended onto Tang Xiao as he said, You're Tang Xiao, right? You might be unaware of it, but, your father has betrothed you to me. Of course, I'm not interested in used goods. However, your Tang clan is truly audacious to actually try to unite our clans in marriage with a woman who'd entangled with another man and even has his child. Tang Xiao and Baifeng's faces instantly turned ghastly pale when they heard this. Ling Yuran laughed coldly. In the future, the Tang clan and Bai clan will cease to exist. Especially your Bai clan, it'll absolutely have to vanish. Otherwise, others might think that you, Baifeng, made me, Ling Yuran, wear a green hat. Baifeng's figure shivered, and he immediately knelt down before Ling Yuran. Brother Lang, please show mercy. I beg you, Brother Lang. Please show mercy. Show mercy? Ling Yuran continued. I can. He pointed at Tang Xiao and said, As a woman, you failed to maintain your purity, engaged in an illicit relationship, and even got pregnant. You truly deserve death. I don't want to kill you as I don't want to dirty my hands. Baifeng, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Kill her and I'll let the matter go. Baifeng's expression turned extremely unsightly, and he said, Brother Lung can. Don't even try to bargain with me. Ling Yuran spoke coldly. If you don't do it, then just wait to witness the annihilation of your Bai clan. Baifeng's figure trembled. A long time passed before he gazed at Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was looking at him as well, and her eyes were filled with tender affection and despair. Baifeng, while we can't live together, let's die together. Baifeng was visibly struggling for a long time, and then a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes. After that, a dagger appeared in his grasp before he swung it at Tang Xiao's neck while speaking in a savage tone. Bitch! Just die on your own! Chapter 890. This scene had exceeded everyone's expectations, including Tang Xiaoro. A muffled bang resounded when the dagger was about to strike Tang Xiaoro's throat, and then Bai Feng's figure was blasted flying. Bai Feng crawled up from the ground and gazed with shock at Ling Yuran, who had attacked him. "Brother Ling Yu!" Ling Yuran glanced indifferently at him and said, "Actually, I was lying. The Tang clan hasn't betrothed Tang Xiaoro to me. Just use that pig brain of yours. The Tang clan is only a silver rank clan. How could it possibly become united in marriage with my Ling clan?" Bai Feng roared furiously. "How dare you trick me?" Ling Yuran replied. "So what? Bite me. You!" Bai Feng's face flushed red with rage, but he didn't dare flare up. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Tang Xiaoro, who had despair covering her face. "Xiaoro, I." Tang Xiaoro glanced at him with a wisp of ridicule on the corners of her mouth. "Men!" Meanwhile, Ling Yuran said, "Now I presume you've realized that all he had towards you was desires of the flesh. You're someone who he can abandon at will under certain circumstances or situations of life and death. You gave up on the one who truly loved you and chose someone who didn't even have you in his heart. You are pitiable and sad. Xiaoro, give me a chance." Bai Feng suddenly walked over to Tang Xiaoro and wrapped his arms over her shoulders as he said, "I realize my mistakes. Please do it out of consideration for our child and allow me to." "Hiss!" Bai Feng's voice stopped abruptly. He held his throat with both hands while he moved backwards repeatedly, and his eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. "Don't worry! They're coming right now to keep you company." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly swiped the dagger at her own throat. It was so quick and unexpected that Manly and Ling Yuran's expressions changed because they weren't able to stop her in time. However, the dagger in her grasp was transformed into powder when it was just about to strike her throat. Ling Yuran and the others gazed at Yan Yi while a slightly solemn expression filled their eyes. "Is it even worth it?" Yan Yi continued. "It isn't. Not even in the slightest. Once you die, it's your family that'll be hurt. It's very stupid to harm your family for the sake of someone who doesn't even love you. Now, if you still think you have to accompany him in death, then you can slit your own throat. Don't worry, I absolutely won't stop you. Moreover, I'll even beat up anyone who tries to stop you." Yan Yi hadn't intended to interfere in their business, but he felt that he had to interfere now. Because they might be his students. While they couldn't be considered to be his students right now, they still might be. He was serious in assuming the position of instructor in the academy. After all, it was related to the enmity between him and the academy, and it was related to the ancient sword school's honor as well. Tang Xiaoro slumped down to the ground while despair covered her face. Manly seemed slightly unable to bear the sight of it, and he was about to step forward when Chuyu pulled him back. Manly grinned to her, and then he walked over to Tang Xiaoro. "Xiaoro, you should be aware that you're the hope of your Tang clan. Both your parents hope that you'll be able to join the academy. If you take your own life now, then what would they do? What would your younger brother do?" Tang Xiaoro raised her hand and glanced at him, and then she glanced at Chuyu in the end. She didn't speak a single word, but the intent to die was gone from her eyes. Meanwhile, Yan Yi suddenly said, "Right, no one is a saint, so can anyone avoid making mistakes? If you realize you've made a mistake, then just rectify it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi couldn't help but feel stunned. Have I gotten a little too into the role I'm playing? I'm still not an instructor. Yan Yi shook his head and gazed at the black-robed man. Didn't you want to take their inner cores? You can do it now. Right, you can beat them up. It's fine as long as you don't kill them. The others here were stunned when they heard this, and they shot strange gazes at Yang Yi. Manli and Chu Yu instantly became vigilant because they were the weakest amongst the people here. The black-robed man glanced at Manli's group, and then he shook his head and said, "I'm not in the mood anymore. There's a wolf den not too far away from here, and there are over 20 Exalt Realm wolves there." Meanwhile, Ling Yuran spoke abruptly. "I wonder if the three of you are interested?" The three Ling Yuran spoke of was naturally Yang Yi, the black-robed man, and the man in an embroidered robe. Over 20? The eyes of the man in the embroidered robe lit up. Tsk. Over 20 inner cores. If I kill a few groups like that, then it would be almost sufficient for me to enter the A class. Yang Yi suddenly asked. Is it very difficult to enter the A class? The face of the man in embroidered robes froze when he heard Yang Yi, and then he glanced at Yang Yi yet didn't say a word. Meanwhile, the others glanced at Yang Yi with strange gazes again. Ling Yuran gazed at Yang Yi and said, Brother, are you not here to take part in the recruitment test? I am. Of course I am. Yang Yi hurriedly guaranteed. I'm an absolutely legit participant. Ling Yuran replied. Then why do I feel like you don't know much about the academy? Yang Yi said. I came from a remote place, so I don't know much about all of that. Please excuse me. All of them came to a sudden understanding when they heard him, and then Ling Yuran explained. We have to hunt and kill at least 50 Exalt Realm demon beasts to enter the A class. Brother, do you think that's a simple goal to accomplish? Yang Yi spoke instinctively. It isn't that difficult. Ling Yuran and the others revealed quite unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard him. Only Tang Xioro fully agreed with Yang Yi because the Exalt Realm demon beast from before had been instantly killed by a single punch from Yang Yi. Of course, she didn't dare speak about it. Because while the man who stood before her seemed to be completely harmless, she would never forget how he was like when he was angry. Yang Yi noticed that what he said wasn't very suitable as well, so he smiled embarrassedly and said, I'm saying that it wouldn't be difficult for us to gather around 50 each with our joint forces. Ling Yuran glanced at him and said, So all of you agree? No problem. The man in an embroidered robe replied, The strength of a single person is too weak in the end. If we join forces, then we'll definitely be able to gain much more than we would have been on our own. The black-robed man said, I have no problem as well. Manly suddenly said, Everyone, then we'll be taking our leave. After all, he didn't feel safe at all while being amidst these fellows. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Tang Xioro and said, Xioro, will you be coming with us or? Tang Xioro glanced at Chu Yu and said, Both of you go on your own. I intend to go with Brother Yi. When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Yang Yi and the others. Don't worry, I definitely won't cause trouble for all of you. Ling Yuran pondered deeply for a moment and said, You can go with us. However, we won't take care of you if you encounter any danger. Moreover, you have to help if you want to get a share of the inner cores. Otherwise, we won't give it to you for nothing. All right. Tang Xiao hurriedly nodded. Take care. Man Li and Chu Yu vanished from their fields of vision. Let's go. Ling Yuran's figure flashed towards the distance once he finished speaking, and the others immediately followed behind him. It didn't take long for them to sense over a dozen powerful auras, and besides the auras of demon beasts, the auras of humans were present there as well. Ling Yuran stopped moving and spoke in a low voice. We're too late. In the blink of an eye, his eyes lit up as he said, we're just in time. Hee. There were 2 men and a woman locked in intense combat with over a dozen demon beasts there, and the corpses of a few demon beasts were lying on the ground. However, it was clearly quite strenuous for them, and they were completely suppressed by the joint forces of those demon beasts. So not to mention turning the tides of the battle, even escaping was a problem for them. After all, the speed of Exalt Realm demon beasts wasn't inferior to the speed of humans at all. Let's wait and reap the benefits. The man in an embroidered robe had a slightly evil smile on the corners of his mouth. Of course. The black-robed man nodded in agreement. Yang Yi didn't speak. The test was cruel from the moment it began, or it should be said to be one where they could use every means at their disposal. While it was quite cruel, Yang Yi had no doubt that those who passed the test in the end would definitely be elites amongst elites. Brothers who are watching from afar, we are friends of Feng Wuchao. We'll definitely reward you heavily if you lend us a hand. A voice suddenly resounded from afar. Feng Wuchao? Yang Yi's brows knit slightly together. He gazed at Ling Yuran and the others, and he noticed that they had slightly unsightly and solemn expressions on their faces. There are many participants in the recruitment test, but only 4 can be considered to be the strongest. Those 4 are Lin Maozhen, Yu Wujiao, and Mo Xinyu, and Feng Wuqiao. Every single one of them is a genius amongst geniuses. Not to mention Exalt Realm Demon Beasts, they are even capable of killing Monarch Realm Demon Beasts. Ling Yuran noticed Yang Ye's bewildered expression and explained. Li Maozhen is here as well? Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, So what does that have to do with us? Ling Yuran rolled his eyes at Yang Yi and said, Do you think Feng Wuqiao would let us live if he found out that we didn't just stand by idly, and we even took advantage of the situation? Alas, what bad luck! I thought we'd encountered something good, but I never expected it to be trouble instead. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yuran charged towards the group of demon beasts. The black-robed man and the man in an embroidered robe immediately charged over as well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he followed after them. Once they joined the battle, the situation was instantly turned around, and those demon beasts were killed in a short while. After they finished killing all the demon beasts, the white-robed man who led the group cupped his hands towards Yang Ye's group. Thank you for the assistance! While he was expressing his gratitude, had put away all the inner cores of those dead demon beasts into his own pockets. Why are you even thanking them? They were hiding in the shadows waiting for a chance to take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits. They might have even stabbed us in the back if they hadn't heard us speak of my cousin brother's name. It was the woman who spoke these words. She was around the age of 20 and rather beautiful. However, her face was currently covered in an icy cold expression of ridicule, and she seemed to be angry that Ling Yuran and the others hadn't lent them a hand right away. The faces of the black-robed man and the man in an embroidered robe became gloomy when they heard this. They were about to speak, but Ling Yuran stopped them and said, It's fine, we only lifted a hand. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yuran turned around and led them away. Good riddance! The white-robed man who led the group grinned. Suddenly, the woman said, Wait! Ling Yuran and the others stopped before turning around to gaze at her. She pointed at the violet mink who had its paws around Yang Ye's neck while it slept soundly and said, All of you can leave, but leave that little fellow behind. Ling Yuran and the others gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head and said, No. She prefers to be with me. She suddenly walked towards Yang Yi while coldness filled her eyes. You should feel honored that I'm asking for her from you. Don't act like that, all right? Yang Yi continued. They told me that I should keep a low profile. You'll be in a really difficult position if you insist on acting like this. She stopped moving and said, I've changed my mind. Yang Yi smiled. That's right. However, she continued, not only must you give me that little fellow, all of you must hand over the inner cores and your possessions. Yang Ye's smile froze on his face. Chapter 891. Their faces fell when they heard the woman. Yang Yi glanced at the 3 of them and said, All of you encountered danger, and we lent a hand. But not only do you express no signs of gratitude, you intend to rob us as well. Isn't that quite inexcusable? A sign of gratitude? The woman and the others seemed like they'd heard something amusing, and ridicule covered their faces. The woman said, Didn't all of you lend us a hand because of my cousin brother? If it wasn't for my cousin brother's name, all of you wouldn't just refrain from helping, you would have taken advantage of the situation, right? When she spoke up to this point, she laughed coldly. Since it's like that, then why should we thank all of you? All right, cut the crap. If you don't want to be crippled, then hand over all the Exalt Realm inner cores and your possessions and that little fellow on your shoulder. Remember, I want you to come over and give it to me while on your knees. Yang Yi said. ID intended to place education as my main focus and complement it with the fist. But now it would seem like I've completely failed. So, I've decided to try making education a complement to the first. As soon as he finished speaking. Slap! The sound of a clear and resounding slap resounded, and then everyone here watched with astonishment as the woman flew over 1 kilometer away and smashed through almost 20 trees before finally crashing to the ground. All of them were utterly dumbstruck. Firstly, they were shocked by Yang Ye's strength because they practically hadn't been able to see how Head attacked. Secondly, they were shocked that Yang Yi actually dared to attack her. After all, she was Feng Wucho's cousin sister. Is he not afraid of Feng Wucho's revenge? Do you realize that she's... The white-robed man who led the group intended to say something, but he hadn't even finished speaking when he felt sharp pain come from his stomach, and then his figure was blasted flying as well. He wasn't able to escape such a fate as well. They didn't have the ability to resist at all. Ling Yuran and the others were beyond shocked, and their gazes towards Yang Yi didn't just become solemn, it even carried vigilance. Meanwhile, the woman had stood up once more. At this moment, the right side of her face was completely swollen like the head of a pig. She was clearly quite dazed, and it took her a good while to return to her senses. She gazed resentfully at Yang Yi and roared hysterically. "How dare you hit me? You actually dared to hit me! My cousin brother will kill you! Hell, kill your whole family!" Slap! Another clear and resounding slap resounded while her figure was blasted flying once more. This time, the left side of her face had swelled up as well. So, her head didn't just look like the head of a pig, it was completely like one now. Yang Yi walked over to her and said, "What's your name?" "You." She glared angrily at him, and seemed to intend to say something. However, Yang Yi raised his right hand, and it made her delicate figure shiver. She didn't dare talk back again and spoke softly. I am Xia Binwei. Feng Wuchao is my cousin brother." Yang Yi shook his head. "You've obviously been spoiled by your family, and that's why you act so fearlessly. If it was based on the way I usually did things, then I prefer to annihilate people like you. However, I've decided to educate you properly. Will you accept my education?" Xia Bingwei was about to speak when Yang Yi just casually raised his hand, and it caused the corners of her mouth to twitch violently before she said, I accept." Yang Yi smiled as he nodded, and then he looked at the other two men. "What about the two of you?" The white-robed man who led the group spoke gloomily. "Feng Wuchao won't forgive you for treating Bingwei like that." Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the white-robed man when his figure appeared again. After that, the others watched as Yang Yi grabbed the man's hair and smashed him against the ground. Bang! The ground cracked apart, while a shrill cry resounded. Moreover, this repeated for over a dozen times. The entire ground had cracked apart, and the man's shrill cries resounded incessantly. Everyone in the surroundings shuddered when they witnessed this scene, and it was especially so for Xia Bingwei. Her entire body was trembling. At the same time, she felt fortunate that she had agreed to be educated by him. I accept." A weak voice sounded out. Yang Yi stopped and tossed the man aside. At this moment, his entire body was swollen while blood was flowing out of all of his 7 apertures. Fortunately, he was still alive. Yang Yi patted his hands together and said, "Isn't that better? Why did you have to force me to use my fists?" When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at the other gray-robed man. The gray-robed man shuddered and quickly said, I am willing to be educated. Am absolutely willing." Yang Yi nodded and smiled. "Very good, you have potential. Now, let's talk about what just happened. We saved all of you, yet not only did you refuse to express any form of gratitude, you turned on us and wanted to seize our possessions. Tell me, is that the right thing to do?" They hurriedly shook their heads. Yang Yi continued, "I know that all of you are unafraid because you have the support of others. But have all of you ever considered how all of you would die a graveless death if you encountered a ruthless person or someone with greater backing? Just like this very moment, my strength is absolutely superior to all of you. Wouldn't all of you be finished if I refused to be reasonable?" "Right, you're right. It's absolutely right." The gray-robed man quickly nodded with agreement. Yang Yi gazed at the white-robed man and Xia Bingwei. What about you two? It's right. Xia Bingwei's voice was very soft, as if she was very afraid of infuriating Yang Yi. It's right. The white-robed man's voice was very weak, and he seemed like he was on the verge of death. Yang Yi nodded and said, Since all three of you think it's right, then tell me. What should you do after being saved by us? We should repay your kindness. The gray-robed man hurriedly withdrew 5 inner cores and passed them to Yang Yi. A person can't be ungrateful. Since you've saved us, we should repay your kindness. Big brother, these are the inner cores I obtained earlier. You must accept them. If you don't, then it'll become a burden on my conscience, and it would be like expression disdain towards me. Yang Yi was amused and said, What's your name? The gray-robed man spoke hastily. Big brother, my name is Ma Suckup. Suckup? Yang Yi nodded. That's a good name. You have potential. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at Xia Bingwei and the white-robed man. Xia Bingwei hesitated for a moment before she withdrew 5 inner cores as well, and she passed them to Yang Yi. Thank you. The white-robed man handed 5 inner cores over with a trembling hand. Yang Yi took the inner cores and said, Very good, all of you aren't beyond saving, and my effort wasn't wasted as well. When he spoke up to this point, he flicked 3 inner cores each to Ling Yuran and the others. This is our compensation. Don't be shy. Ling Yuran and the others were at a loss for words. Tsk. What happened here? Suddenly, a voice resounded before a man who held a sword arrived here. The man glanced at the demon beast corpses in the surroundings and said, I heard a huge amount of noise coming from here, so I knew that someone definitely encountered demon beasts here. Unfortunately, I was still too late. When he spoke up this point, he glanced at Yang Yi's group before his gaze descended onto Xia Bingwei in the end. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes as he said, You are Bingwei? Xia Bingwei nodded fiercely and said, Big brother Yufeng. I. When she spoke up to this point, tears instantly started flowing down her face, but she didn't dare speak a word. The man's face fell when he saw that, and he said, Who did it? I. Xia Bingwei's tears started pouring down even more quickly. Yang Yi actually had a slight feeling that had committed a sin when he saw the woman's tears stream down her face. It was like had done something to her that would even incur the indignation of the gods. The man's face turned completely gloomy. He glanced at Yang Yi and the others before he said, Don't worry. You're brother Feng's cousin sister, so you're my cousin sister as well. Anyone who bullies you is bullying me and brother Feng. Just go ahead and tell me who it was. I'll uphold justice for you today even if the top 5 geniuses of the prefecture come. Xia Bingwei shook her head while tears continued pouring down her cheeks, and she even tried her best to use her eyes to tell him to stop. Even though she didn't know how strong this man whom she had offended was, he was absolutely not someone who Yufeng could resist. Unfortunately, Yu Heng's face grew even more ferocious. He glanced at Yang Yi and the others before he said, How dare you? Since you dared to bully her, then do you know who she is? She is Feng Wuchou's cousin sister. Do you know who Feng Wuchou is? He's the future #1 genius in the outer court of our Ocean of Clouds Academy. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Yi and the others and said, Who did it? Step forward yourself and cripple your own hands. No! Cripple all your limbs, kneel down here, and wait for brother Feng to arrive. Ling Yuran and the others gazed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi shook his head and said, Looks like there's another one who needs some education. Now allow me to ask you a question. Are you willing to be educated by me? The body of the white-robed man who laid on the ground there immediately started twitching when he heard Yang Yi. Education? Yufeng's figure flashed explosively towards Yang Yi. I don't need any education, but it seems to me that you do. Today, I'll act on your mother's behalf and educate you. Chapter 892. Bang! A figure was blasted flying, and it was Yufeng's figure. One move! One move again. At this moment, they weren't shocked anymore, they were utterly astounded. After all, Euphone was at the peak of the low rank in the Exalt realm. But such an expert had actually been unable to even fight back. How strong is he? Euphone was completely dazed when he crashed to the ground. Because he hadn't seen how Yang Yi attacked at all before his figure was blasted flying. Quite some time passed, and he was just about to stand up when Yang Yi arrived in front of him and grabbed his hair. Yang Yi said, "Looks like you really don't need any education." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised Euphone up and smashed him against the ground. Bang! This continued for a few hundred times. In the beginning, Euphone was still letting out shrill cries. But in the end, he didn't make a single sound anymore. It didn't take long for Euphone's body to be transformed into a pile of mush while his head still remained in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi casually tossed the head away, and then he glanced at Xiao Bingwei's group and said, "See? If you don't know how to keep a low profile, then it's very likely for that to happen to all of you." Xiao Bingwei and the others instantly shuddered. This time, they were truly terrified. "You're very right." Suddenly, a man walked over from afar. He wore a black robe, and there was an over 10-centimeter long scar on his neck. It was quite a hideous sight. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Yang Yi, and there was horrifying killing intent within them. There was a green-robed man by the black-robed man's side, and he had a cold expression on his face and a sword chest on his back. "Cousin brother!" Tears immediately erupted from Xiao Bingwei's eyes when she saw him, and she immediately leaped into his arms and held tightly to him. Her tears truly surged even strongly than a river. Ling Yuran and the others' expressions changed drastically when they heard her, and they gazed at the black-robed man with astonishment. They hadn't imagined that the black-robed man was the legendary Feng Wuchao. While Feng Wuchao wasn't as famous as the 5 great geniuses of the prefecture, he was extremely well known in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers around Ocean of Cloud City. Even though he was only at the monarch realm, had once fought a half-saint as well. Ling Yuran and the others were quite strong, but the gap between them and a half-saint was still extremely large. So, Feng Wuchao was definitely in existence who they could only look up to. That was exactly why they didn't dare stand by idly, and had lent a hand to Xiao Bingwei's group. Now that they saw Feng Wuchao in the flesh, it was absolutely a lie if they said they weren't afraid. But while they were afraid, they didn't leave. They moved closer towards Yang Yi and indicated their intent to support Yang Yi until the end. The black-robed man slowly stroked Xiao Bingwei's back while he consoled. "Don't be afraid. No one can bully you while I'm here," Xiao Bingwei cried as she pointed at Yang Yi. However, she quickly withdrew her hand when she noticed Yang Yi's gaze, and then she didn't dare speak another word and just cried. How terribly was she bullied to be in such a state? The black-robed man's face grew even gloomier, and he raised his head to look at Yang Yi before he said, "I've never had the heart to scold her since she was young, but you actually hit her. Ha ha! Tell me, how do you want to die?" Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Bingwei and said, "Did I bully you?" Obviously, Yang Yi was still quite deterring and terrifying because she merely glanced at him yet didn't dare speak a word. Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Actually, I did it for her own good." "You hit her for her own good?" Feng Wuchao was furious. "Good. Very good. I know what an arrogant fellow is like now." When he spoke up to this point, he pushed Xiao Bingwei away lightly, and then he walked towards Yang Yi. "Now I want to do something for your own good as well." Feng Wuchao was about to attack when a voice suddenly resounded from afar. "Madman, who offended you? You seem so furious?" As soon as the voice finished resounding, a woman arrived here. She wore a black dress and held a black umbrella while a playful smile hung on her face. Feng Wuchao spoke in a low voice. "Amo Sinyu." The woman called Amo Sinyu grinned, and then her gaze lingered on Xiao Bingwei for a moment before she said, "Interesting. Someone actually dared to hit that precious cousin sister of yours." When she spoke up to this point, she turned to look at Yang Yi and said, "You did it?" Yang Yi nodded while he sized up Amo Sinyu as well. Needless to say, both she and Feng Wuchao were really not bad. Both of them were at the peak of the low rank in the Exalt realm, but their strengths were absolutely far superior to some Monarch realm experts. A fierce smile arose on the corners of Mo Sinew's mouth. I hate men who hit women. No matter why you did it, you still deserve death. As soon as she finished speaking, her umbrella started spinning before a few dozen rays of silver light shot explosively towards Yan Yi. Yan Yi waved his right hand, and the silver rays of light were completely dispersed in an instant. Mo Sinew and Feng Wuchao's eyes narrowed slightly when they witnessed this scene. Brother Feng, young Miss Mo, looks like you've encountered an expert. Meanwhile, a green-clothed man who carried a sword chest on his back spoke abruptly. I didn't intend to interfere, but I truly agree with young Miss Mo. No matter why, it's wrong to hit a woman. As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his middle and index fingers together before pointing them at Yan Yi. A ray of light shot into the sky from the sword chest on his back, and then it slashed straight towards Yan Yi like a bolt of lightning. Peak 9th level sword intent. Mo Sinew and Feng Wuchao had solemn expressions in their eyes when they witnessed this scene. However, Yan Yi stretched out 2 fingers and clamped down lightly. Just like that, the sword which carried 9th level sword intent was clamped between his fingers. Yan Yi shook his head and said, Your sword intent isn't condensed sufficiently, and it isn't fast enough as well. You have to practice more. All of them were speechless. This time, it wasn't just a solemn expression that filled their eyes, it was an extremely solemn expression, and it was especially so for the man with the sword chest. Meanwhile, Yan Yi flicked his fingers, and the sword transformed into a ray of light which shot back towards the man. His expression changed, and then profound energy within him instantly surged into his right hand. After that, his hand swept forward and took hold of the sword's hilt. Wham! The sword trembled violently while his right hand cracked apart. Moreover, he was even pushed back by the powerful force carried by the sword. You! The green-clothed man gazed at Yan Yi with astonishment once he finally stopped himself. At this moment, his confidence had collapsed because he had almost been unable to resist even a single attack from Yan Yi. Feng Wuchao spoke in a low voice. Who are you? Yan Yi smiled. Why don't you guess? There's no need to guess. You aren't a participant of the test at all. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and an old man appeared here. Elder Shi. The others here quickly bowed respectfully to the old man, and even Feng Wuchao's group was no exception. While Elder Shi was only an elder of the outer court, his authority in the outer court was huge. So, how could they dare to offend him? Yan Yi glanced at the old man and asked, Who are you? The old man laughed with ridicule and said, You don't even recognize an elder of the outer court like me. How laughable! How dare you sneak into my academy? You would absolutely be unable to accomplish this on your own. So be truthful and tell me if you have other companions. Yan Yi turned around to look at Ling Yuran before he asked, Are the elders of instructors more powerful in the outer court? Ling Yuran glanced at Yan Yi, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, The instructors. The instructor manages the entire outer court, and enjoys a position that's above the elders. You know the instructor of our outer court? So the instructor's status is above the elders. Yan Yi nodded and said, Actually, he's a student who has come to participate in the recruitment test. A voice appeared abruptly out of thin air. He wasn't earlier, but he is now. Elder's eyes' expression changed. That's against the rules. However, there was no reply from the voice. Elder's eyes' face grew even more unsightly. Yan Yi looked up into the sky, and then he grinned. All right, I accept. He knew that the person who spoke should be aware of his identity, and the reason that person had made such a decision was probably because that person didn't want him to use the situation as an excuse to beat up a member of the academy. Elder Shi gazed at Yan Yi and spoke gloomily. Looks like you have some backing in the academy. Yan Yi smiled. It's all right. Elder Shi gazed at Yan Yi with a gloomy expression on his face. Don't even think that you can act arrogantly because you have backing in the academy. The outer court belongs to me, Shi Manfeng. Not to mention whether you'll be able to pass the test. Even if you do, I can still get you killed. As for your backing. Humph. Do you think that I don't have any backing in the academy? The smile on Yang Ye's face gradually vanished as he said, Do you really have to be like that? He knew that the reason the old man intended to do that was none other than because that mysterious person from before had overruled him. So, the old man was venting on Yang Yi instead. Such lack of tolerance. No. A cold smile arose on the corners of Shi Manfeng's mouth. But I can't stand the sight of you. You're Yi Yang, right? Just you wait. Looks like we don't have to do anything. Feng Wuchao laughed coldly, and then he turned around and flashed off with Mo Xinyu and the others. Ling Yuran suddenly said to Yang Yi, You're finished. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Ling Yuran replied, The outer court doesn't have an instructor now, so the outer court elders can be said to possess absolute authority. So, aren't you finished because you've offended him? Besides that, the Academy has been in contact with Welkin Wolf Mountain Range for so many years, so that elder definitely knows the demon commander of the mountain range. He wouldn't even have to wait for you to enter the Academy before he deals with you. He just has to notify the demon commander, and you'll definitely die a graveless death. Roar! Ling Yuran had just finished speaking when a roar resounded from afar, and then a monarch round wolf demon led over 40 exalt round wolf demons in a dash from afar. Their target was Yang Ye's group. Chapter 893. He's playing dirty tricks on me? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at those demon beasts which were charging towards them, and there was a trace of icy coldness in his eyes. Flee! Ling Yuran spoke solemnly. After all, they had no chance of winning against a monarch realm demon beast and over 40 exalt realm demon beasts. The man in an embroidered robe and the black-robed man nodded with agreement as well. Why flee? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure shot forward, and they watched as he collided with the monarch realm demon beast. Tang Xiaoro and Ling Yuran's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene, and they couldn't help but avert their gazes. Bang! Unexpectedly, it wasn't Yang Yi who was blasted flying. It was the monarch realm demon beast instead. Bang! 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 Numerous muffled bangs resounded as huge figures were ceaselessly blasted flying. Less than 10 breaths of time passed before all the demon beasts, including the monarch realm demon beast, were put down. The black-robed man suddenly spoke after he witnessed this scene. He isn't human! The man in an embroidered robe nodded and spoke in agreement. Indeed! Ling Yuran took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi yet didn't speak a word. Yang Yi patted his hands together, and was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up towards the sky. Roar! A powerful roar resounded through the air, and then the entire sky dimmed down. Roar! 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 After that, countless roars resounded throughout the mountain range, and then the entire mountain range started to tremble, while the sound of demon beasts dashing could be heard from all around them. The sky has been blotted out, and all the wolves have set out. Ling Yuran's expression suddenly changed as he spoke with shock. Shit! The Welkin Wolf Demon King intends to attack Ocean of Clouds City and the Academy. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded through the sky. Students of the Academy who are participating in the test, quickly return to the Academy and… The voice hadn't even finished speaking when it was dispersed by the howl of a wolf. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Wasn't the relationship between Welkin Wolf Mountain Range and the Academy considerably friendly? Friendly? Ling Yuran shook his head and said, How could humans and demon beasts have friendly relationships? The reason both sides remained safe and at peace was because both sides were unable to do anything to the other, and both sides feared each other. Now that Welkin Wolf Mountain Range has suddenly seized the opportunity when the Academy is carrying out its recruitment test to attack, they are definitely very confident in their chances of success. We might have been dragged into deep trouble. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly while his consciousness swept towards the surroundings. Quite some time passed before he finally opened his eyes once more, and he spoke seriously. There's a strange and powerful force all around here, and it's capable of obstructing spiritual energy. My spiritual energy is unable to sense anything more than 300 m away from me. Looks like Welkin Wolf Mountain Range came prepared. Tang Xiaoro suddenly asked. What should we do now? Ling Yuran and the others exchanged glances before looking at Yang Yi. The man in an embroidered robe said, You're the strongest here, so you make the decisions. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, We're at the outer ring of the mountain range, so it's quite difficult for us to reach Ocean of Clouds City. But we have to get back there. Moreover, we have no choice but to walk because we'll be moving targets if we fly. Tang Xiaoro suddenly asked. Why must we return to the academy? Yang Yi answered. It's either the Ocean of Clouds Academy or Welkin Wolf Mountain Range for over 1,000,000 kilometers in all directions. Where would you flee to during a war between these two extraordinary powers? Moreover, all of you can be considered as partial students of the academy. Could it be that all of you intend to flee when the academy is in trouble? Tang Xiaoro gazed at Yang Yi with slight fear in her eyes. I didn't mean that. I just feel that the city would definitely be surrounded by demon beasts now. Wouldn't we have to face them head-on if we return to the city now? While we're all at the Exalt realm, it's far from sufficient when facing platinum rank powers. She's right. Ling Yuran nodded with agreement. If we return to the city right now, then we will definitely meet those demon beasts head-on. Any half-saint realm demon beast would be able to crush us with ease. Then what do all of you intend to do? Yang Yi continued. Look for a place to hide? Or flee? How will all of you escape this boundless mountain range without any ability to scan your surroundings? All of them fell silent. Yang Yi continued. Our group really isn't strong, but are we weak? Since we aren't weak, then why don't we kill our way back? Weren't all of you worried about being unable to find Exalt Realm demon beasts to kill? Now they are all around you. Moreover, the Academy will definitely dispatch experts to save us if we return to the city. I refuse to believe that Welkin Wolf Mountain Range is so powerful that it's able to destroy the city and the Academy in a short period. A long period of silence ensued before the black-robed man gazed at Yang Yi. My name is He Sha. They'll go with you. The man in an embroidered robe spoke as well. They call me Hao Shuaiba, but you can call me Hao Shuai. They'll go with you as well. Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked at Ling Yuran and Tang Xiaoro. I'm definitely heading back to the academy. Both of you can follow me if you want, and you can leave if you don't. But I guarantee that both of you'll be blacklisted once the academy gets through this situation. You can take it as a threat. Ling Yuran glanced at Yang Yi and said, I'll go with you. Tang Xiaoro stated, Me too. Yang Yi nodded. Since you've decided, then all of you'll obey my commands for now. All of you have no objections, right? They shook their heads. Yang Yi said, Little Ling, around how many are participating in the recruitment test? Ling Yuran seemed to have never expected that Yang Yi would call him Little Ling, and he was slightly stunned before he replied. There were countless in the beginning, but most of them were eliminated during the elimination rounds. Presently, there are around 300 or 400 participants in this live combat test. You intend to gather all of them? Yang Yi nodded. He intended to gather them, of course. After all, wouldn't he have no students if he didn't save them now? But he really couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Because he only knew how to kill in the past, yet now, he had to save people, and he was quite unaccustomed to it. It's very difficult to gather all of them. Ling Yuran spoke seriously. They are definitely scattered all around the mountain range, so we have to find them in order to bring them together. It's impossible to guarantee that we won't be attacked by powerful demon beasts during that time. Especially if they are half-saint realm demon beasts. Just one of them can crush our entire group. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and said, Even if we find them, so what? They are arrogant and proud people, so they will definitely refuse your leadership. Gathering all of them together might even cause a huge amount of problems instead. Yang Yi said, That's not a problem. If they refuse to obey me, then I'll beat them until they do. As for those who look for trouble with me, I'll beat them until they are obedient. You're great. Hao Shuaibui gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. Indeed. He Sha nodded with agreement. Roar! Suddenly, a roar resounded from afar. It was like rumbling thunder that surged through the world, and they felt sharp pain in their eardrums even when they were almost 50,000 kilometers away. Ling Yuran spoke solemnly. It's a Saint Realm Wolf demon. Yang Yi frowned. A Saint Realm Wolf demon? The Demon King? Ling Yuran shook his head and said, The Demon King is the Demon King, and the Saint Realm Wolf demons are just Saint Realm Wolf demons. There are definitely over 100 Saint Realm demon beasts, and there might even be more. However, there are only 12 Demon Kings. These 12 Demon Kings are existences at the peak of the Saint Realm, and they are only a step away from breaking through and arriving above the Saint Realm. When he spoke up to this point, Ling Yuran raised his head and looked in the direction of the city. If I'm not wrong, the Welkin Wolf Demon King is probably keeping the Dean busy right now. It's very difficult to kill existences at their level. I'm only worried that since the Welkin Wolf Demon King dared to launch a large-scale attack against the Academy, it definitely possesses some sort of trump card, and that's the most terrifying part of this situation. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a slightly bitter expression could be seen on the corners of his mouth. After all, he hadn't even officially taken his position in the Academy, but had encountered such a difficult situation. Needless to say, he was quite unlucky. Actually, he could choose to just leave, but he hadn't. After all, he would definitely not allow himself to be dragged into this troublesome situation if he was all on his own. However, he was representing the Ancient Sword School now. It wouldn't be a problem if the Academy was destroyed, but if it wasn't, then wouldn't the Ancient Sword School be completely disgraced if he left now? He didn't care about reputation and face at all, but he had to think about it for the Ancient Sword School's sake since he belonged to it now. I have a way to gather all of them together, Ling Yuran suddenly said. We're definitely unable to split up now. So, the only way is to set up a meeting point, and then use others to find even more people and make them gather at the meeting point. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, That works. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded from not too far away from them. After that, a few figures appeared in the distance, and there was a black wolf demon chasing after them with a ferocious gaze in its eyes. It was an Exalt Realm demon beast. Hai Shuaibui laughed coldly when he saw the Exalt Realm demon beast, and he said, It's just an Exalt Realm demon beast. Just watch this young master crush it. As he spoke, he started walking towards it. Bang! However, countless black wolf demons suddenly dashed out from the forest behind it, and the forest was instantly torn apart. There were over 1,000 demon beasts in the pack. Hao Shuaibui's figure stiffened, and then he walked over to Yang Yi and said, I think it's better for you to do it. Chapter 894. Yang Yi suddenly spoke solemnly. All of you run first. Ling Yuran and the others were slightly stunned, and they gazed at Yang Yi with bewilderment. All of them were waiting for him to make an awesome show of strength and deal with all the demon beasts. But they hadn't expected him to actually ask them to run. Are you still not running? Do all of you want to die? Yang Yi glanced coldly at Ling Yuran and the others. They hesitated slightly before their figures flashed off towards the distance. Meanwhile, the group of 4 that ran over from afar didn't need Yang Yi to tell them anything before they continued dashing madly towards the distance. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then a terrifying pressure surged out from within him. The pack of wolves that were dashing over from afar were immediately stopped in their tracks when they sensed the pressure he emanated. While their eyes still carried a ferocious glow when they looked at Yang Yi, there was even more fear within them. Yang Yi glanced coldly at them and said, Fuck off! His voice carried an imposing aura that caused the pack to be instantly forced back. Awu! The huge wolf that led the ground howled before it leaped at Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through his eyes as he smashed his fist forward, and the air around his fist rumbled while the surrounding space rippled. Bang! The huge wolf was blasted flying. In the end, its huge figure transformed into a pile of mush at a speed that was visible to the eye. Yan Yi pointed at the pile of mush and gazed at the pack as he spoke. "I'll give all of you one last chance. That's what will happen if you still refuse to fuck off. Awu!" The pack howled, and then they retreated like a receding tide. Once the pack retreated, Yang Yi suddenly gazed towards a huge rock in the distance. At the very same moment that his gaze descended onto the rock, his figure had arrived before it as well, and he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The rock was instantly blasted into powder. At the same time, a fist smashed against Yang Yi's fist. Bang! An explosion resounded while the space around the point of collision warped. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took around 10 steps back. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he relaxed his clenched right fist, and then clenched it tightly once more. There was a robust man standing not too far away from him. The man's figure was extremely robust, and at least 3 times larger than Yang Yi's own. The fist on the man's hand was simply 2 times thicker than Yang Yi's thigh. Besides that, the man was wearing a ghost mask, and the mask had a mysterious force covering it, so Yang Yi's spiritual energy was utterly incapable of seeing through it. "Who are you?" asked the masked man. His voice was low and slightly unclear. It sounded like a child who had just learned how to speak. Yang Yi didn't speak. He just took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the man before his fist shot forward once more. The masked man's fist shot forward as well. Bang! Yang Yi took 10 steps back while the masked man didn't move at all. There was a trace of a solemn expression in Yang Yi's eyes. The masked man was only at the peak of the low rank in the monarch realm, but the masked man's physical strength was so terrifying. After all, while he hadn't used his full strength, had used at least 60% of it. Such force was even sufficient to instantly smash an ordinary monarch realm expert into mush. However, the masked man hadn't moved at all, and had been pushed back instead. Most importantly, the masked man hadn't used his full strength as well. "I sense the aura of a demon beast and a human on you." Yang Yi gazed at the masked man with a slightly bewildered gaze. "Are you a human or demon beast?" The masked man didn't speak a word. He just swung his fist at Yang Yi from afar. An energy fist instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and the imposing aura it carried instantly obliterated the forest behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while the profound energy within his body surged into his right fist, and then he smashed it forward. Bang! The energy fist's aura was instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi retracted his fist and launched it forward again. Bang! The energy fist was immediately blasted apart. This time, Yang Yi wasn't pushed back because had used his full physical strength. The masked man said, "Your physical strength is very strong." Yang Yi replied, "Yours is very strong as well." The masked man pondered deeply for a short while before he said, "Are you willing to join my Sky Divine Hall?" Yang Yi's expression suddenly turned gloomy. "You're from Sky Divine Hall? Then it means that you know Luo Qianshao, huh?" The masked man said. "He was once the strongest in the younger generation of my Sky Divine Hall. Now I am." "Then what about a Nanjing?" Yang Yi asked. "Can you defeat her?" "She can't be considered to be a member of my Sky Divine Hall." The masked man continued. "You know her?" Yang Yi asked. "Is she doing well?" "Of course," the masked man replied. "She's about to marry Qianshao and become the wife of the next Divine Lord of my Sky Divine Hall. How could she not be doing well?" Yang Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky. "I have one last question. You were hiding amidst the pack earlier, but they didn't attack you even after they noticed you. In other words, you're on the same side. No, I should say that your Sky Divine Hall and the Welkin Wolf Mountain Range are on the same side, right?" "Yes," the masked man said. "Your strength isn't bad. It would truly be a pity for you to die just like that. You can join my Sky Divine Hall if you want. You'll definitely be valued with the strength and natural talent you possess." Yang Yi said. "What if I refuse?" the masked man replied. Do you know why I've answered so many of your questions? Yang Yi said. Please do tell. The masked man answered, because only one of our own or a dead man can keep secrets. Do you want to be one of us, or do you want to be a dead man? Yang Yi suddenly asked. You think your physical strength is very formidable? I've never seen anyone stronger than me in the same realm of cultivation throughout Pine Prefecture. The masked man continued, even demon beasts in the same realm of cultivation. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. I'll let you experience it today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure shot forward explosively. Because he was too fast, he left numerous material afterimages all along his path. Yang Yi arrived in front of the masked man in less than a tenth of a breath of time, and then the Herculean sword swept horizontally towards the masked man. The masked man couldn't dodge at all, so he clenched both his fists tightly and smashed them towards Yang Yi's sword. Bang! A huge explosion resounded. The masked man's feet were dragged against the ground as his figure was pushed back by the force of the collision, and he was pushed almost 1.5 kilometers back before he finally stopped himself. A deep trench could be seen from where Yang Yi stood to beneath the masked man's feet. Moreover, the masked man's hands were shivering. You! The masked man's voice carried a trace of shock. He wanted to say something, but Yang Yi didn't give him the slightest chance. Yang Yi had appeared in front of him at the instant his figure stopped moving backward, and the Herculean sword smashed down towards his head. This attack was like a mountain descending upon him, and the powerful aura and force it carried caused the ground beneath the masked man to collapse over 30 m down. There was a trace of astonishment in the masked man's eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly at all, and an iron hammer appeared in his hand before he raised it to block Yang Yi's sword. Bang! A huge bang resounded as both Yang Yi and the masked man's figure went beneath the surface. Suddenly, a hole cracked open in the sky, and then a huge hand stretched out from it and shot into the ground. Bang! A loud explosion resounded from beneath the ground, and then the huge hand shuddered before it exploded apart. Meanwhile, Yang Yi leaped up to the surface. At the same time, the masked man leaped up to the surface as well. The iron hammer in the masked man's grasp was severely out of shape right now, and his hands were trembling violently. Hiss! The sky suddenly split apart once more, and then another huge hand stretched out from within space. The hand was clenched tightly into a fist before it smashed down towards Yang Yi. A high-rank half-saint. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he flicked the Herculean sword upward to collide with the fist. Bang! The huge fist was blasted apart while Yang Yi moved backwards repeatedly. The sky cracked open again. This time, it wasn't just one hand but two. Two high-rank half-saints. A wisp of ferocity surged into Yang Yi's eyes. Not to mention two hands, what can both of you do to me even if you're standing right before me? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the Herculean sword swiftly, and a strand of sword energy shot up and struck the huge hands. Bang! The sword energy flashed through them while the huge hands exploded into pieces. This time, the sky returned to calm, and the masked man had vanished on the spot. Yang Yi looked up into the sky for a short moment, while a solemn expression filled his eyes. Those high-rank half-saints were naturally not afraid of him. The reason they hadn't torn through space and came here themselves was definitely because the battle in Ocean of Clouds City had definitely begun. They weren't able to leave the battle at all. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Welkin Wolf Mountain Range and Sky Divine Hall had joined forces. Will the Ocean of Clouds Academy be able to resist their joint forces? If the Academy fails to hold them off, then I would really be leading these fellows back to their deaths. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the sky above Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed violently when he sensed the pressure because it belonged to a Saint Realm expert. A finger suddenly appeared in the sky above him. It hadn't even started descending towards him, but the imposing aura and force it carried caused the space around him to split apart. A moment of silence ensued before the finger suddenly descended. Yang Yi's pupils constricted violently while the profound energy and sword intent within him instantly surged out from within him. Right at this moment, a palm suddenly traveled through space and smashed against the finger. Bang! Both of them were dispersed, and a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the point of collision. However, it didn't take long for a pitch-black spatial rift to appear in the sky, and the wave of energy was instantly swept into the rift. The sky returned to normal. Bring them back and it'll help you improve your sword intent to the void rank. In the Dean! A slightly old voice suddenly resounded in Yang Ye's mind. The corners of Yang Ye's eyes twitched when he heard this. He pondered deeply for a moment, and then he raised his head and looked up into the sky. I'll do it! Chapter 895. Actually, Yang Yi was quite hesitant about whether he should allow himself to be dragged into this troublesome situation. After all, it was two extraordinary powers that were acting against the Academy, and it wasn't just Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Yet now, had decided to head to the Academy. Besides the promise the Dean had given him, there was another reason, and it was the Dean's strength. It was a saint who'd attacked him earlier, but it was obvious that Saint's strength was inferior to the Dean. So, had decided to make a gamble. While it was quite risky, attaining void rank sword intent was worth the gamble. Yang Yi placed the Herculean sword back within his spatial ring, and then he flashed off towards the distance. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to catch up to Ling Yuran and the others. However, he immediately frowned when he saw them. At this moment, Ling Yuran's group was in confrontation with those four fellows who were running for their lives just now. Moreover, Ling Yuran had a furious expression on his face while Hao Shuaibua and He Sha's faces were gloomy, and their eyes were icy cold. As for the other four, they were sizing up Ling Yuran incessantly with teasing expressions on their faces. The profound energy within both sides' bodies were surging while their imposing auras collided incessantly. They were simply on the verge of battle. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. What's going on? Ling Yuran and the others' expressions eased up slightly when they saw him. However, they hadn't even had a chance to speak when the white-robed man who led the group of four said, You actually survived! All of their eyes had a trace of surprise in them. Hao Shuaibua spoke in a low voice. They teased little Leng. Teased? The white-robed man chuckled and said, How could you call that teasing? Brother Ling is clearly a man. Since he is a man, then it shouldn't be improper for me to ask for a hug, right? Yang Yi glanced at Ling Yuran, and he roughly understood what had happened. So long as one had a little bit of strength, it would be obvious that Ling Yuran was a woman dressed as a man, and that white-robed man had probably realized that as well. So, he might have spoken in a slightly offensive or teasing manner, and that was what had offended Ling Yuran and the others. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi gazed at the white-robed man's group and said, Apologize and I'll forget it ever happened. Apologize? The white-robed man was slightly stunned, and then he sized up Yang Yi and said, Throughout my entire lifetime, I, Zhang Qingyun, have never apologized to anyone. Why don't you teach me how? Yang Yi raised his head to look at the white-robed man. Are you sure? Zhang Qingyun laughed coldly. I'm very sure and certain. Slap. A resounding slap resounded as soon as Zhang Qingyun finished speaking. Everyone watched as the right side of his face swelled up, but he wasn't blasted flying because Yang Yi was standing in front of him and holding his collar. I'll teach you right now. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he swung his palm repeatedly. Slap. 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 3 breaths of time later, Zhang Qingyun's entire face had swelled up like the head of a pig, and he was completely dazed. It wasn't just him, the others standing behind him were completely stunned as well. As for Ling Yuran and the others, they were used to it. Yang Yi tossed Zhang Qingyun over to Ling Yuran and said, Now, do you know how to apologize? If you don't, then I won't mind teaching you again. Zhang Qingyun gazed resentfully at Yang Yi and said, My grandfather is an elder in the outer court. You. Because Yang Yi had crushed his teeth and even slapped him to the point his mouth was crooked, Zhang Qingyun wasn't able to speak smoothly right now. Yang Yi gazed at Shang Qingyun and said, "Are you trying to tell me that your grandfather is an elder of the outer court, and he will definitely come for me because I bashed you up?" "Right." Zhang Qingyun hadn't even finished speaking when Yang Yi swung his palm against Zhang Qingyun's face again. The powerful force in the swing caused Zhang Qingyun's figure to be dragged against the ground as it flew off into the distance, and his figure tore open a trench that was over 300 m long before it finally stopped. He wasn't dead because Yang Yi controlled his strength well. Yang Yi walked towards Zhang Qingyun, but Ling Yuran suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "Forget it." She was very angry in the beginning, but the anger in her heart had dissipated when she saw the miserable state Zhang Qingyun was in, and all she felt was pity now. Yang Yi stated, "Men should respect women. It's fine if he doesn't, he can have a chance to change that. But I'm sure you've realized that he doesn't intend to. So I think that I should educate him. If he really refuses to listen, then I'll have no choice but to end him. Otherwise, if he's allowed to live, then he might rely on that grandfather of his to do even more excessive things." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi walked over to Zhang Qingyun, and he was just about to raise his hand when Zhang Qingyun spoke weakly. I'll apologize. He asked for it." He Sha spoke abruptly. "He didn't just ask for it, he even was a fool about it," Hao Shuaibo added. Ling Yuran shook her head and glanced at Yang Yi. There was a slightly complicated expression in her eyes because she felt that he was a little too violent. Yang Yi picked Zhang Qingyun up from the ground and walked over to Ling Yuran while he pointed at the others from Zhang Qingyun's group. "All of you have to apologize as well. I don't have to teach you how, right?" No. All of them shook their heads. What a joke. Zhang Qingyun was a high-rank Exalt Realm expert, but he hadn't even been able to fight back against Yang Yi. They could imagine how strong Yang Yi was, so how could they dare to go against his word? After they apologized, Yang Yi casually tossed over a few extreme-grade energy stones and said, "I've taken a glance at the surroundings, and we should be safe for now. So all of you recover first, and we'll set out immediately once you're all done." When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at Zhang Qingyun and the others, and he said, "If all of you want, you can come with us. However, you must obey my orders. You can leave right now if you refuse." One of the men said, "We'll go with you." The others hurriedly nodded. After all, the mountain range was covered in demon beasts right now, and the slightest misfortune might cause them to encounter a powerful demon beast. That would definitely end in them dying a graveless death. It was certainly much safer to follow an extraordinary expert. Obviously, Yang Yi was an extraordinary expert in their eyes. Yang Yi looked up into the sky. At this moment, it was clearly still daytime, but the sky was still pitch black. So, it was easy for him to imagine how terrifying the Welkin Wolf Demon King's strength was. "Old man Dean, you better succeed. Don't let me find out that you're dead when I bring them back to the city. Then I would truly be fucked." Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, sat down cross-legged, and took out a few extreme-grade energy stones to recuperate. Meanwhile, Ling Yuran suddenly walked over to him and said, "I think Pine Prefecture might be falling into chaos." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Ling Yuran spoke solemnly. "The Academy has always maintained its neutrality and never participated in the battles between the various powers, including the demon race. But this time, Welkin Wolf Mountain Range has actually attacked, so there's definitely something fishy going on." Yang Yi nodded. She wasn't aware of it, but he knew that it wasn't just Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, Sky Divine Hall was participating as well. Why has Sky Divine Hall acted against the Academy? What's their goal? Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, glanced once more at her, and then said, "What are you trying to say?" Ling Yuran glanced at him and said, "You have a very good chance of escaping with the strength you possess. Or I should say that it wouldn't be difficult at all. But why are you leading a group of burdens like us?" Yang Yi said, "Are all of you considered as students of the Academy right now?" Ling Yuran glanced at him and said, "We've passed the ones test. Strictly speaking, we're considered students of the Academy." Actually, this test wasn't difficult to us at all, and the only reason we're being tested is so that we can be separated into classes upon entering the academy. Yang Yi smiled. That's right. Since you're all considered to be students of the academy's outer court, then it's definitely my business. He would naturally not take responsibility for these students if he hadn't accepted the letter of appointment from the Ocean of Clouds Academy. But the problem was that he had. In other words, they could actually be considered to be his students. Ling Yuran asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Why? Bang! Right at this moment, a huge explosion resounded from afar, and then countless explosions resounded incessantly. Suddenly, two women dashed in panic from afar. Yang Yi was immediately stunned when he saw them because he knew both of them. They were Li Qingyi and Yu Wushuang. It's you! It's you! Both of them simultaneously pointed at Yang Yi and spoke with astonishment. Yang Yi nodded and said, It's me, Yi Yang. Quickly save my big sister. Quickly save my big brother. Both of them ran over to him, and then each of them grabbed one of his arms and started running back from where they came. Ling Yuran and the others were stunned. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see Li Maozhen and a woman who held a whip in her grasp. There was a robust man standing not too far away from them. Of course, the man wasn't human because he emanated the thick aura of a wild beast. Moreover, the man was a half-saint. Li Maozhen roared furiously when he sensed that Li Qingyi had returned. What are you doing back here? Wushuang. What are you doing? Are you looking for a beating? The woman with the whip glared angrily at Yu Wushuang. Big brother, see who it is. Li Qingyi pushed Yang Yi forward as she spoke. Yang Yi was speechless. Yu Wushuang spoke as well. Big sister. This fellow is very strong. You can rest now. Yang Yi was at a complete loss for words. Chapter 896. The woman with a whip tapped her right foot against the ground, and then she moved over 10 m back. After that, her gaze descended upon Yang Yi as she said, Who the heck are you? As for Li Maozhen, he was delighted when he saw Yang Yi and spoke happily. Brother Yang? The robust man didn't continue attacking, and his gaze carried a trace of vigilance as it descended onto Yang Yi. His instinct as a demon beast told him that the fellow before him was quite dangerous. Yang Yi nodded lightly to Li Maozhen and said, Both of you can continue. Yang. Yi Yang Yu. Li Qingyi and Yu Wushuang gazed at Yang Yi with puzzled expressions, and they seemed to be unable to figure out why Yang Yi refused to lend them a hand. Yang Yi waved his hand and didn't provide any explanation. They intended to say something, but Yang Yi just glanced indifferently at them, causing their hearts to instantly shudder. They didn't dare speak another word. Perhaps others didn't know how terrifying Yang Yi was, but they did. This man who stood before them was one who dared to challenge the entire Tao order. You're that fellow who Wushuang said is very formidable? The woman with a whip sized up Yang Yi and said, What a coward! Such a disappointment! As she spoke, she waved her whip towards the half-saint demon beast. Li Maozhen nodded lightly to Yang Yi and said, Brother Yang, please help me take care of Qingyi. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Maozhen's figure charged towards the demon beast. Yang Yi nodded slightly as he watched them enter into battle with the half-saint demon beast. Needless to say, their strengths were really not bad. While they joined forces and were still in a disadvantaged position, they could fight that half-saint demon beast. The reason he hadn't lent a hand was because they could only improve their own strengths through ceaseless battle. Just like this very moment. Yang Yi firmly believed that no matter which side won or lost the battle, both sides would definitely obtain great gains and improvements to their strengths. This improvement wasn't just limited to their cultivation, it also included their mental state, experience, and all sorts of other comprehensions. Yu Wushuang glanced at Yang Yi, and she seemed to understand something and didn't speak another word. However, Li Qingyi's eyes were filled with anxiety, and there were many occasions that she wanted to speak and ask Yang Yi to lend them a hand. Bang! Suddenly, Li Maozhen's figure was blasted flying and crashed to the ground. However, it didn't take long for him to leap back up, but he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother! Li Qingjia's face turned pale. She was about to charge over but was stopped by Yang Yi. Let me go! Li Qingyi glared angrily at Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, Just watch obediently. Li Qingyi spoke angrily. Even if you refuse to lend a hand, on what basis are you stopping me from helping? Yang Yi replied, You'll only cause trouble for them if you join the battle. Li Qingyi glanced coldly at Yang Yi and spoke in a cold tone. That's none of your business. Yang Yi nodded, and then he let go of her and said, Then go ahead. Li Qingyi glanced coldly at Yang Yi and was about to charge over. However, Yu Wuxuang stopped her. She said, He's right. You'll only cause trouble for them. But Li Qingyi intended to say something. However, Yu Wuxuang shook her head and said, Actually, we don't have to worry at all. Look, even though my older sister and your older brother are in a disadvantaged position and are being suppressed by that fellow, their lives aren't in danger. Moreover, have you not noticed? They are in a much better situation than they were earlier. What does that prove? It proves that they are actually capable of fighting a half-saint realm demon beast once they regain their composure. Yang Yi glanced at Yu Wuxuang and nodded with admiration. He felt that she really was quite intelligent, just like Ding Xiaoyao was all those years ago. Li Qingyi glanced at the battle, and she noticed that it was exactly as Yu Wuxuang had said, so her expression immediately eased up. She glanced at Yang Yi but hesitated to speak. Because of the commotion from the battle, more and more participating students had converged here, and all were shocked when they saw Li Maozhen and Yu Wujiao in battle with a half-saint demon beast while only at the Exalt realm. It's Li Maozhen. That's Li Maozhen. Some recognized Li Maozhen and exclaimed involuntarily, How strong! He's actually fighting a half-saint while at the Exalt realm. How could he not be strong? According to rumor, he was the #1 genius from where he came from. Moreover, the Academy even made an exception to directly recruit him as an outer court disciple. Unfortunately, he was poisoned by someone, causing his cultivation to decrease instead. He almost became an ordinary person. I never expected that he would actually be so terrifying once he recovered. I heard about that. Alas, if he hadn't been poisoned all those years ago, then perhaps he would be at the peak of the monarch realm now, or even the half-saint realm. What a pity. Right, who's the woman by his side? She isn't ordinary at all. Yu Wujiao. She's one of the 3 daughters of Matchless City's governor. Amongst the 3 sisters of the Yu clan, the eldest is heroic, the twin sister is unruly, and the younger is extremely intelligent. Yu Wujiao is already so formidable, so how terrifying would her eldest sister be? If I were to be able to marry all 3 sisters at once, that would truly be. In less than an hour, over 100 people had converged here because of the commotion from the battle. Yang Yi glanced at the demon beast, and there was a trace of a solemn and cold expression in his eyes. Hey, can I ask you to do something? Yu Wuxuang suddenly moved close to Yang Yi and nudged his hand. Yang Yi said, Go on. Yu Wuxuang glanced at her older sister and said, My twin sister's temper isn't very good. Can you forgive her if she offends you later? Yang Yi replied, A bad temper must be corrected. Yu Wuxuang's expression changed slightly, and she said, My eldest sister won't forgive you if you dare to bully her. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Then he'll educate both of them. Yu Wuxuang was clearly quite infuriated, but it didn't take long for her to return to a calm state. My eldest sister is from the secret court, Yang Yi suddenly said. How does the secret court compare to the hidden path and the Tao order attendants? Yu Wuxuang's face froze. A short while passed before she suddenly pulled on Yang Yi's arm and spoke in a slightly charming voice. Hey, you're a man. You can't just bully women, right? Yang Yi asked. But what if she wants to bully me? Yu Wuxuang glanced at her older sister, and then sighed softly. Fine, my twin sister needs to be educated indeed. Otherwise, she'll never know her limits. Yang Yi chuckled when he heard this, and then he rubbed her head and said, Why are you getting worried for nothing? He had quite a good impression of the little girl who stood before him, because he might have been delayed for a very long time when he was rushing back to Martial Enlightenment City that day. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with surprise, "Isn't that Feng Wuchao?" They looked over and saw that Feng Wuchao was walking slowly towards them with over 50 people following behind him. Feng Wuchao's face fell when he saw Yang Yi, while Xia Bingwei took 2 steps back subconsciously, and then she hid behind Feng Wuchao. And Mo Sinyu and that sword cultivator from the ancient sword school who stood by Feng Wuchao's side glanced at Yang Yi as well, and there was a serious and fearful expression in their eyes. Yang Yi glanced at Feng Wuchao's group before withdrawing his gaze, and then it descended upon the battlefield again while he spoke softly. "It's about time it ends." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the demon beast blasted both Li Maojin and Yu Wujia back. However, the demon beast didn't attack again. He glanced at the crowd here while a trace of an icy cold smile of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Kill him!" someone shouted loudly. "Kill that half-saint! Kill that half-saint! Kill that half-saint!" More and more here started shouting. At this moment, there were over 200 here, and strength came in numbers. Coupled with the fact that there was only a single demon beast, so not only did they feel no fear, they were even excited instead. Many even took the initiative to surround the half-saint demon beast while they shouted. "Only 3 people have slaughtered a half-saint demon beast throughout the history of the Academy's recruitment tests. Now, I'm going to be the 4th. Yu Wujiao waved her whip about while excitement covered her face. Li Maojin gazed at the demon beast while a solemn and bewildered expression filled his eyes. The demon beast glanced at them, revealed a strange smile, and then stomped the ground with his right foot. His figure instantly transformed into a ray of light that vanished from their fields of vision. He fled? All of them were slightly stunned, and then they started cheering. "Everyone!" Suddenly, a green-robed man walked out from the group behind Feng Wuchao, and he glanced at them before he spoke. "I presume all of you are aware of the situation we're in right now. The Academy has been attacked by Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, and the mountain range itself has been sealed off by the Welkin Wolf Demon King. Our spiritual sense can't detect anything around us, and we're unable to contact the outside world as well. We can be considered to be an isolated force that are without any backup. So, we can only rely on ourselves." A moment of silence ensued, but it didn't take long for someone to speak. "Brother, you're right. Now, we have to unite together in order to return alive to Ocean of Cloud City." Someone else spoke with agreement. "Indeed. We must be united as it's the only way we'll have a chance at survival." The green-robed man nodded and said, "Since all of you've said that we should be united, I'm sure you're all aware that we need a leader to stay united. I recommend Brother Feng to take up that role." When he spoke up to this point, the green-robed man casually waved his hand, and an inner core floated before him while he spoke. "See this? This is the inner core of a half-saint, and Brother Feng led us in battle to kill it. They killed a half-saint." Clamorous noise resounded in the surroundings. Many were quite hesitant before this, but they immediately started declaring their allegiances. "I'm willing to follow Brother Feng." "Me too." In next to no time, over 100 were standing behind Feng Wuchao. A slight smile arose on the corners of Feng Wuchao's mouth, and he gazed at Li Maojin and Yu Wujiao as he said, "Are the 2 of you willing to join forces with me and lead our brothers back to the city? Don't worry, both of you'll enjoy an equal status as me." Yu Wujiao was quite hesitant when she heard this, whereas Li Maojin gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "Brother Yang, what's your plan?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm returning to the city as well. Then Qingyi and I will go with you." Li Maojin said, "I hope you don't mind us burdening you." Clamorous noise instantly resounded throughout the surroundings. Chapter 897. He called himself a burden. Li Maojin called himself a burden. The gazes of everyone here instantly descended upon Yang Yi, and they frowned when they saw him, because they weren't able to see through Yang Yi's cultivation and strength. Yu Wujiao suddenly spoke coldly. What makes him qualified to lead? To Endi sister, Yu Wushwang said. Come here. You are the one who should come here, Yu Wujiao said. Why are you getting so close to that coward? Are you going to come over or not? Yu Wushwang's face turned gloomy. While she was young, she had an imposing aura of her own. Yu Wujiao's face fell as well when she witnessed this scene. You little girl. You better figure out who's the older sister here. Come over here right now or I'll give you a good smacking on the butt. Yu Wushwang took a deep breath, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, Do as you please. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I don't have the time for that. As he spoke, Yang Yi withdrew a scroll, and it was his appointment letter. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to reveal his identity in order to make them follow him willingly. After all, he wasn't stupid enough to think that just a few words could convince them to follow him. Yang Yi had just withdrawn the scroll when an old man suddenly arrived here. Yang Yi knew the old man. It was that Elder Shi of the outer court. Elder Shi! All of the students here were instantly overjoyed when they saw the old man. After all, the old man was a half-saint, so his arrival represented that they would be saved. It was the same even for Li Maozhen, Leng Yuran, and the others. After all, they naturally felt quite safe when they had an elder at the half-saint realm by their sides in this boundless mountain range. Elder Shi glanced at them, and then he nodded. It's great that all of you are together here. The academy is being attacked by Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. I came here especially just to save all of you, so come with me. None of them raised any questions and just nodded. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. I'm really quite curious. This area has been sealed off by the Demon King of this mountain range, so how did you tear through space to arrive here while avoiding being detected by the Demon King and all the other saints on this mountain range? Many people immediately gazed at Elder Shi when they heard this. Especially Li Maozhen, Yu Wushwang, and the others. Their eyes had a bewildered and questioning gaze in them. Elder Shi stopped moving, turned around, gazed at Yang Yi and said, Who do you think you are? Why should I give you an explanation? Yu Wushwang suddenly said. Then may I know if Elder Shi can give us an explanation? Elder Shi glanced coldly at Yu Wushwang and spoke in a cold tone. And who do you think you are? Meanwhile, Feng Wuchao spoke coldly. Elder Shi is a half-saint, so he naturally relied on his ability to get here. Why are both of you talking such nonsense? Just stay here if you're unwilling to go with Elder Shi. No one is stopping you. Wushwang. Yu Wujiao wanted to say something, but Yu Wushwang interrupted her. To Endi sister, do you think you or I am smarter? Yu Wujiao's face turned quite unsightly while she cursed in her heart, Damnable little girl. Stop insulting me in public, Yu Wushwang said. Big sister, this situation is quite strange. Come over here. Yu Wujiao didn't move at all, and it caused Yu Wushwang's face to suddenly turn gloomy as she said, Have you forgotten what our eldest sister said? You must listen to me when it comes to important matters. Yu Wujiao's face grew even more unsightly when Yu Wushwang mentioned their eldest sister, and she hesitated for a long time before she took a deep breath and walked over to Yu Wushwang's side. Yu Wushwang gazed at Elder Shi and said, If I'm the Demon King of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, then I would definitely not allow anyone from the academy to enter the mountain range. Especially a half-saint. It would still be explainable if Elder Shi snuck over. However, the problem is that Elder Shi openly tore space apart and teleported here. It's common knowledge that tearing space open will definitely cause powerful spatial fluctuations to arise. Are you telling me the experts of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range aren't able to notice these spatial fluctuations? Many people immediately shot their gazes towards Elder Shi when they heard her. This time, many of their gazes carried a trace of vigilance. Elder Shi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly started laughing and said, I heard that the 3rd young miss of Matchless City was an extraordinarily intelligent genius. You really do deserve your reputation. I don't intend to beat around the bush. All of you are geniuses amongst geniuses, so I truly can't bear to watch all of you die just like that. So, I want to save your lives. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly removed his robe, and there was another cloud white robe underneath it. Moreover, there was a small cloud on the left chest area of the robe. Sky Divine Hall! Someone exclaimed involuntarily upon witnessing this scene, and he pointed at Eldershi and said, You're from Sky Divine Hall. Eldershi glanced at them and said, I don't want to waste my breath. I'll give all of you a chance to live. So long as you're willing to join my Sky Divine Hall, then not only can you keep your lives, you will also be fostered well by my Sky Divine Hall. If you refuse, then all of you should know what the consequences will be. Yu Wushwang spoke in a low voice. It isn't just Welkin Wolf Mountain Range that's attacking the academy this time, the Sky Divine Hall is as well. Eldershi waved his hand and said, Don't talk about such pointless things. Now, those who are willing to join my Sky Divine Hall can stand behind me. All of them remained silent, and none of them moved. Eldershi laughed coldly and said, You think the academy will come save all of you? Don't be naive. The academy can't even protect itself now, so how could it possibly come to your rescue? All of you have natural talent and potential, and you'll definitely accomplish great things if you're able to survive. So, all of you should think it through. Yan Yi remained silent and just watched. He wanted to see how many would choose to join Sky Divine Hall. A moment of silence ensued, and then someone walked over to Elder Zai's side. Once there was a first, there was a second, and it didn't take long for over 100 to stand behind Elder Shi. Elder Zai's gaze shot towards Feng Wuchao, Li Maozhen, and Mo Sinyu, Yu Wujiao, Yu Wushwang, and the others who were the strongest amongst the people here, and he said, All of you are the most outstanding students this year. Not to mention in the Ocean of Clouds Academy, you are rare geniuses even in my Sky Divine Hall. So long as you're willing to join my Sky Divine Hall, then I guarantee that my Sky Divine Hall will commit huge amounts of resources to foster all of you. Li Maozhen shook his head and didn't speak a word. He just walked over to Yang Ye's side and made his stand clear. Yu Wujiao, on the other hand, didn't have any choice. Because Yu Wushwang had immediately pulled her over to Yang Ye's side, and even glared fiercely at her. This time, the little girl was extremely serious, and even her older sister, Yu Wujiao, didn't dare oppose her. I'm a disciple of the ancient sword school. How could I possibly join another sect? The green-clothed man from the ancient sword school shook his head and walked over to Yang Ye's side. There were over 100 people left here, and many actually walked over to Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi was quite surprised by this. After all, Elder Shi was a half-saint, so wasn't their decision equivalent to going against a half-saint? However, it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. Many of them were like that disciple from the ancient sword school. They were utterly unable to join Sky Divine Hall because of their identity. Moreover, many of them had their pride. After all, if they were to join Sky Divine Hall under such circumstances, then how could they possibly gain the respect and acknowledgement of the disciples of Sky Divine Hall? As for the half-saint before them, he wasn't so terrifying when they had Li Maozhen and Yu Wujiao on their side. Elder Zai's face became gloomy, and then he gazed at Feng Wucho's group. Xia Bingwei glanced at Elder Shi and said, Cousin brother, why don't we join Sky Divine Hall? Feng Wuchao shook his head and said, I'm already considered as a student of the academy right now. I would even look down on myself if I were to betray the academy and join Sky Divine Hall now. As he spoke, he walked over to Yang Ye's side as well. Xia Bingwei gritted her teeth and quickly followed behind him. I'm willing to join Sky Divine Hall. And Mo Sinyu, who was the last to choose, declared her decision, and immediately walked over to Elder Zai's side. Yang Yi had around 150 people on his side right now, while Elder Shi had over 160. Are all of you really sure? Elder Shi gazed gloomily at Yang Ye's group and said, This is your last chance. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then he gazed at the group behind Elder Shi and said, I want to ask all of you the same question. Are all of you sure? Right, this is your last chance as well. If you miss this chance, then you won't have a chance to regret your decision later. I'm being serious right now. Kid, do you know that I've wanted to kill you for a very long time? Elder Shi suddenly spoke ferociously. Unfortunately, I didn't have a suitable opportunity earlier. Now that the saints of the Academy aren't able to detect what's going on here, let me see who can save you now." As he spoke, he glanced at the others who stood behind Yang Yi and said, "Kill them. I need all of you to use their blood to declare your loyalty to my Sky Divine Hall." No one who stood behind Elder Shi dared to move upon hearing him. After all, Li Maozhen, Yu Wujiao, and Feng Wuchao were on the other side. Elder Shi pointed at Li Maozhen, Feng Wuchao, and Yu Wujiao as he said, "Leave them to me. All of you deal with the rest." The group behind Elder Shi was instantly filled with confidence when they heard him, and they charged towards Yan Yi's group. Meanwhile, Elder Zai's gaze descended onto Yan Yi as he spoke fiercely. "I've been unable to stand the sight of you for so long. Die." As he spoke, he made a clawing motion towards Yan Yi from afar, and the space around Yan Yi instantly started to war. Yan Yi laughed coldly as the Herculean sword appeared within his grasp, and then Elder Zai's aura was instantly dispersed with a light swing of his sword. At the same time, Yan Yi's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Elder Shi, and then the Herculean sword was already pressing against Elder Zai's throat before he could even react. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene, and it even included Elder Shi. At this moment, he was completely dazed. Elder Shi was just about to speak. However, merely a single word had escaped his lips before his head was separated from his body. Blood sprayed out like a fountain while the minds of everyone here went blank. He instantly annihilated a half-saint. A long time passed before Yu Wushuang was the first to recover from her shock. She walked over to Yan Yi's side, glanced at the group of cultivators in the distance who joined Sky Divine Hall earlier, and asked, "What should we do with them?" "Kill them all." As soon as Yang Yi's voice resounded, the Herculean sword left his grasp. Chapter 898. At the moment they chose to betray the Ocean of Clouds Academy and join Sky Divine Hall, they'd been listed as enemies in Yan Yi's heart. Enemies didn't need any education. The Herculean sword swept through the area, and over a dozen cultivators were instantly annihilated. It wasn't just those cultivators that had betrayed the Academy who were stunned by this scene, even the group behind Yan Yi were extremely shocked. All of them gazed at Yan Yi with extreme fear and even a trace of terror in their eyes. It was especially so for Xia Bingwei. She even wrapped her arms around her cousin brother, Feng Wuchao, while fear and seriousness filled Feng Wuchao's eyes as well. Even Yu Wushuang, who couldn't stand the sight of Yang Yi, had a gaze that was filled with fear. It wasn't terrifying when one was strong, it was terrifying when one was strong and so ruthless and cruel. That was horrifying. Some of those cultivators who'd betrayed the Academy had finally recovered from their shock, and a shrill cry resounded from them before they fled madly towards the surroundings. As soon as the others recovered from their shock, all of them chose to turn around and flee madly without exception. Yan Yi didn't choose to chase after them. He turned around to gaze at the group behind him and said, "From now onwards, all of you will follow me and obey my orders. Does anyone have any objections?" "On." Yu Wujiao instantly felt displeased when she heard such a practically commanding tone, and she questioned him instinctively. However, she had merely spoken a single word when the tip of Yan Yi's Herculean sword had arrived before the center of her brows. Its tip had pierced half a centimeter into her skin, causing blood to instantly seep out from her forehead and cover her pretty face. "You just have to say if you have objections or don't." Yan Yi gazed indifferently at her. The others couldn't help but take a step back. This time, it wasn't just fear in their eyes when they gazed at Yan Yi, it was terror. Yu Wujiao was slightly stunned as well. She hadn't expected that this man who stood before her would actually attack her just like that, and even act in such an overbearing and domineering manner. She'd always been a proud person, so the unyieldingness in her bones instantly surged forward when facing Yang Yi's overbearing and domineering actions. She spoke furiously. "I strongly object." Yang Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang suddenly stood in front of Yang Yi. She didn't speak and just gazed at him. Yang Yi looked at her for a short while before he withdrew his sword, and then he glanced at the others and said, I'm returning to Ocean of Cloud City. I can take all of you back if you're willing to follow me. However, you must obey my commands. If you object or aren't willing, then please leave. Li Maozhen, Li Qingyi, Ling Yuran, and the others immediately walked over to Yang Yi when they heard him. Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi were naturally confident in Yang Yi's ability. After all, they were aware of his true strength and identity. On the other hand, Ling Yuran and the others were confident in Yang Yi as well because the strength Yang Yi revealed all along the way had convinced them. It didn't take long for many to walk over to stand behind Yang Yi. While Yang Yi seemed ruthless and cruel, his strength was definitely beyond doubt to them. So, if they wanted to get back to Ocean of Cloud City, then they would undoubtedly have a better chance if they went with him. In next to no time, over 100 were standing behind Yang Yi, and only a few were left standing in front of him. They were Yu Wushuang, Yu Wujiao, Feng Wuchao, Xia Binwei, and that sword cultivator from the ancient sword school. Are all of you sure? Yang Yi glanced at them as he spoke. While his objective was to save them, he would absolutely not force them to come with him if they didn't want to. Feng Wuchao remained silent for a long time, and then he glanced at Xia Binwei and said, Well, go with you. They walked over to stand behind Yang Yi while he spoke, and then only Yu Wushuang and her sister remained standing in front of Yang Yi. Come over there with me. Yu Wushuang pulled Yu Wujiao's hand and intended to walk towards Yang Yi. However, Yu Wujia pulled her hand out of Yu Wushuang's grasp and said, If you want to head over, then go there yourself. I can still head back safely even without him. Yang Yi suddenly walked over to Yu Wujiao and said, Do you want a beating? Yu Wujiao flipped her palm, and an arm-thick whip appeared in her grasp. She gazed coldly at Yang Yi and said, Don't even think that I would lose to you. Do you think you would have succeeded earlier if you hadn't launched a surprise attack? Yu Wushuang took a deep breath, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, Leave her with some dignity, all right? How dare you side with an outsider? Yu Wujiao was furious. You're the one who's courting death. Yu Wushuang paid no further attention to Yu Wujiao after she finished speaking, and she just walked over and stood behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Yu Wujiao and said, I would really pay no attention to you if it wasn't for Yu Wushuang. As he spoke, Yang Yi took a step forward, and he instantly arrived before Yu Wujiao. Yu Wujiao was astounded, but her reaction wasn't slow at all, and her whip swept forward. Everywhere it passed, even the space around it rippled, and it was a truly shocking sight. However, it didn't take long for her eyes to open wide. It wasn't just her, even the others in the surroundings had their eyes opened wide. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Because Yu Wujiao's whip was in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi said, Fight you is actually completely meaningless. Moreover, it even makes me feel sort of embarrassed. Because you're truly too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly appeared right before her while his hand clamped down onto her throat. Yu Wujiao's face instantly turned purple, but Yang Yi immediately released her a moment later and returned to where he stood. Yang Yi said, See? I wasn't lying, right? Who exactly are you? Yu Wujiao stared fixedly at Yang Yi. This time, she had no desire to fight him anymore. Because the strength of this fellow who stood before her wasn't something that she could resist at all. I want to know who you are as well. Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar. The expressions of everyone here changed, and they looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a man who wore a ghost mask had suddenly appeared around 300 m away from them, and a few thousand eyes that emanated a dark blue glow could be seen behind the man. It was a pack of wolves, and all of them were at the monarch realm. Their expressions changed once more when they witnessed this scene. Yang Yi paid no attention to the masked man, and he looked at Ling Yuran instead. How far are we from the city? Ling Yuran pondered deeply before she said, It'll take at least 3 days if we run at full speed. Yang Yi nodded and said, Lead them towards the city. Ling Yuran spoke softly. What about you? Yang Yi replied, They'll catch up very soon. Ling Yuran glanced at Yang Yi, and then her figure flashed towards the distance. The others behind Yan Yi hesitated for a moment before quickly following her. They were very well aware that if they were to stay, then besides being burdens, they would be of no help at all. None of you is leaving. As soon as the man spoke, the sound of footsteps rumbled through the forest in front of Ling Yuran and the others, and then countless huge wolves leaped out from within it. There were over 1,000 of them, and they were all at the monarch realm. Moreover, the one who led the group was no unfamiliar face to them because it was that half-saint realm demon beast that fought Li Maojian and Yu Wujiao earlier. It's truly a waste of time to look for all of you, one by one. Now that all of you've converged together, I can save quite a bit of effort. That half-saint realm demon beast laughed coldly. Is that so? Yan Yi's voice suddenly resounded, and head appeared before that half-saint realm demon beast. At the same time, the Herculean sword smashed down like a mountain towards the demon beast. The demon beast's face turned grim when he sensed the terrifying force contained within the Herculean sword. However, he was utterly incapable of dodging because Yan Yi was truly too quick. So, he had no choice but to clench his fists tightly and smash them against the Herculean sword. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the half-saint demon beast's arms were blasted into pieces. The demon beast was horrified, and his figure shot over 1 kilometer backwards. Kill! Meanwhile, the masked man's voice suddenly resounded. Awu! Countless wolves howled in unison before they pounced madly at Yan Yi's group. How terrifying was it to be attacked by thousands of monarch realm demon beasts. All of them here were extraordinary geniuses, and practically every single one of them could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle. But at this moment, a wave of powerlessness had swept through their hearts because the gap between their strengths was too huge. Suddenly Yan Yi appeared before them and said, "Follow me and kill our way out!" As soon as he finished speaking, the Herculean sword spun as it left his grasp. Bang! A few dozen monarch realm demon beasts in the lead were instantly transformed into mush. The intent to fight instantly blazed in the hearts of the others when they witnessed this scene. Kill! All of them quickly followed behind Yan Yi and executed their strongest attacks. Just like that, they charged and killed their way towards the city under Yan Yi's lead. While they crushed through all obstacles before them, the situation they were in was constantly deteriorating. Because more and more packs of wolves were arriving from the surroundings. Moreover, more and more half-saint demon beasts were arriving as well. While Yan Yi dealt with all the half-saints, some had still started to lose their lives. Everyone stay close together. Don't allow yourselves to get separated. Work together and follow Yi Yang. Yu Wushuang's voice resounded amidst the group. All of them quickly moved close together, and the group of over 100 instantly formed into the shape of a coiled rope. It didn't take long for them to charge out of the forest and arrive at a plain. However, their footsteps instantly slowed down upon arriving at the plain, and both the battle intent and hope in their eyes had vanished. Only despair could be seen in their eyes. Because there was an endless ocean of demon beasts standing just over 1 kilometer away from them. There were tens of thousands of them, and most of them were at the Exalt realm and Monarch realm. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yan Yi's eyes when he witnessed this scene. Don't stop! Charge! As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi stomped his right foot against the ground and relied on the counterforce to leap up. At the same time, over 100 rays of light surged out from within him. Sword energy shot into the sky, and then the entire sky seemed like it was about to be torn apart. Chapter 899. 100 swords shot up into the sky, and they remained silent for an instant before they descended towards the ocean of wolves. Bang! As soon as they descended, sword energy swept out from within them and instantly transformed over 1,000 wolves into chunks of flesh. Those swords seemed like they were alive while under Yan Yi's control, and they flashed incessantly through the pack. Rays of light flashed horizontally and vertically through the pack while howls of sorrow resounded incessantly. Is that freak a body cultivator or sword cultivator? Yu Wujiao's eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't just her, the others around her were the same. It was especially so for the green-robed sword cultivator from the ancient sword school. At this moment, he finally realized that what Yang Yi said about his sword energy being insufficient was no exaggeration. It really was insufficiently strong. No, it should be called very weak. Kill! Yu Wushuang's voice suddenly resounded. The battle intent within the group blazed once more when they heard her, and they sped up and hurriedly followed behind Yang Yi, who descended back to the ground. Awu! A howl suddenly resounded from within the pack, and then the myriad of wolves here howled in unison before they charged at Yan Yi's group. How terrifying was the aura emanated by tens of thousands of wolves that were dashing madly in unison. The pack hadn't even gotten close to them yet many of them felt suffocated before the aura and pressure which came from the pack of wolves. However, they suddenly felt at ease because Yan Yi alone had completely blocked off the aura. As they watched him stand before the pack of wolves and resist their aura on his own, there was a trace of respect gradually forming in their eyes. It didn't take long for their group to charge into the pack of wolves. As soon as they did, they immediately transformed into a black dot within the ocean. Because there were truly too many wolves around them, and the wolves were too huge. So, they were like grass within a forest when they entered the pack. Even though they were drowned within the sea of wolves, they still smashed through all obstruction with the help of Yan Yi's swords that were opening up the path ahead. Because no demon beast could stop Yan Yi's footsteps. What a human! You actually forced me to rush over from Ocean of Cloud City! Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then the wolves around them immediately stopped attacking and moved backwards instead. As for the wolves in front of Yan Yi, they moved aside and created a path. A middle-aged man appeared within their fields of vision. A high-rank half-saint. Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the middle-aged man, whereas the expressions of the others standing behind Yan Yi had changed drastically while they slowed down quite a bit. Don't stop! Speed up! Yan Yi's voice resounded in their ears. All of them looked towards Yan Yi when they heard this, and the battle intent within their eyes blazed once more when they saw him speed up as well. A high-rank half-saint is nothing! Charge! How Schweiba, who'd become immersed in the slaughter, roared furiously while he increased his speed to its limits. A high-rank half-saint is nothing! Kill! 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 At this moment, their will to fight had risen to its peak. Even though they knew deep inside that they were no match for a high-rank half-saint, the pride and hot blood deep within them were aroused when they saw Yang Yi charge at the high-rank half-saint, so the fear they had towards that high-rank half-saint had been completely suppressed. What a futile effort! A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. He took a step forward and used his right hand to make a clawing motion towards Yang Yi from afar. Bang! A huge wolf claw that was over 1 kilometer wide tore through space and appeared before Yang Yi and the others, and then it clawed down at them and intended to transform them into mush. The energy contained within the huge claw was terrifying to the extreme. The space around them had immediately started warping when it appeared in the air above them, and the ground beneath their feet started to crack apart and crumble, causing Yang Yi and the others to have no choice but to rise up into the air. Despair appeared once again in the eyes of the group behind Yang Yi when they faced the huge claw. After all, it wasn't something that they could resist. Don't stop and speed up! Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded once more, and a sword howl resounded along with his voice. They looked up and saw Yang Yi transform into a ray of light that shot into the sky, and the Herculean sword in his grasp smashed towards the huge claw. At the same time, the pressure which came from the huge claw had instantly vanished without a trace, and the comparatively weaker wolves in the surroundings were lying flat on the ground. Sword intent. 3-level heaven rank sword intent. All of them were stunned when they sensed Yang Yi's sword intent, and then they were shocked before feeling overjoyed. Bang! The sword smashed against the huge claw, and the space throughout the sky trembled violently before the huge claw exploded into pieces. A high-rank half-saint is nothing! Kill! Someone shouted loudly upon witnessing this scene, and the others felt their blood boil, while their will to fight rose to an unprecedented height. The middle-aged man's face turned grim when he saw his attack being dispersed, and a ferocious expression surged onto his face. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of light which arrived in the air above him, and then a huge sword smashed down towards him from above. "You're courting death!" The middle-aged man roared furiously and smashed his fist forward. The sword and fist collided. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the ground beneath the middle-aged man's feet crumbled. However, the middle-aged man didn't fall down with it and stood in midair instead. Conversely, the huge sword was trembling violently and seemed like it was about to be bounced back. Even then, the middle-aged man had a solemn expression in his eyes. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi suddenly raised the sword, and then he swiftly smashed it down again. This time, he hadn't held back at all. As soon as the sword descended, space was instantly shattered apart. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He didn't dare act carelessly at all, and he raised both his arms to defend against this attack. Bang! All the students of the academy, and the demon beasts in the surroundings watched as the middle-aged man was smashed into the ground. The demon beasts were astounded, and they couldn't help but move back repeatedly. On the other hand, the battle intent within Ling Yuran and the others grew even stronger. At this moment, those demon beasts were nothing to them. "Human! You've succeeded at infuriating me!" Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from beneath the ground, and then an explosion resounded as a colossus shot up into the air. A huge black wolf that emanated a monstrous and terrifying aura appeared within their fields of vision. The wolf was over 50 m tall and 30 m wide, and just a single one of its claws was larger than the size of their entire group. With such a colossus obstructing their path, they couldn't charge forward any more. "You've gone back to your original form?" A cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth as he gazed at the colossus, and then he patted the Herculean sword and said, "It's time for you to join the battle!" Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon roar resounded, and then a huge dragon which wasn't inferior in size to the wolf flashed out from within the Herculean sword. A dragon? It wasn't just the group of students that were stunned by this scene, even the demon beasts and the huge wolf were the same. There were no dragons in Pine Prefecture, and they only existed in the Central Divine Prefecture. So, they were truly shocked when a dragon appeared before them. Roar! The dragon raised its head up towards the sky and roared, and then a terrifying wave of dragon pressure rained down, causing many comparatively weaker demon beasts to immediately start shivering incessantly and lay flat on the ground. A dragon! Human! Who exactly are you? The huge wolf stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and besides a solemn expression, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. After all, besides the bloodline of their own race, the bloodline of other races wouldn't really affect existences at his level, unless that existence of another race was much stronger than him. So, the dragon pressure was utterly useless towards him. Kill! Yang Yi never had the habit to waste his breath on his enemies, so he immediately gave the order. The dragon roared upon receiving Yang Yi's orders, and then it smashed towards the wolf. Yang Yi immediately charged over as well. Bang! Numerous huge explosions resounded in succession throughout the sky. The dragon was only an ordinary half-saint, so it was much weaker to the huge wolf. So, it didn't take long for the dragon to be covered in injuries. However, the wolf was in a worse state. Because every single time Yang Yi's sword descended upon it would cause its body to split open. It didn't take long for the wolf to be completely suppressed by Yang Yi and the dragon's joint forces. Or it should be said that the wolf could do nothing but receive a beating. In the beginning, the wolf only targeted the dragon. However, because Yang Yi's attacks were truly too terrifying and caused even worse injuries to him than the dragon did, the wolf started to target Yang Yi in the end. Besides that, the wolf had thought even if a human like Yang Yi could survive a single blow from him, it would be sufficient to heavily injure Yang Yi. But he was wrong. Not only did Yang Yi refuse to dodge his attacks, Yang Yi even went head-on against his attack, and he wasn't even able to gain the slightest advantage after numerous collisions with Yang Yi. So, retreat! The huge wolf's voice resounded, and then he immediately turned around and fled. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves on the ground below didn't hesitate to flee as well. Kill! Just like that, their group of over 100 pursued after the pack of wolves while Yang Yi led them forward. 2 days later, a huge city appeared within their fields of vision. Brothers! We've arrived at Ocean of Clouds City! Kill! Let's annihilate these demon beasts! Hao Shuaibo ran over to Yang Yi's side, and then he waved his arms as he shouted loudly. The group behind him was filled with excitement upon hearing this. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop advancing forward. Because a dense ocean of demon beasts was below the city, and there were at least a few million of them. Moreover, the weakest amongst them was at the Exalt realm, while there were many half-saints amongst them. There were at least a few thousand half-saints amongst the demon beasts. Besides that, there were even high-rank half-saints, and there were over 100 of them too. However, there were no saints in the ocean of demon beasts. Yang Yi was quite bewildered and puzzled by that. But it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding after he raised his head to glance at the sky, which was still pitch black. Brother Yi, why have you stopped? Let's charge! Hao Shuaibo patted Yang Yi on the shoulder and spoke with excitement. Yang Yi pointed at the dense ocean of demon beasts. Hao Shuaibo glanced at them before he withdrew his gaze and said, Isn't it just a few demon beasts? We have nothing to fear. Brothers! Let's kill! Kill them all! As he spoke, his figure flashed and charged towards the demon beasts, whereas the others behind him charged with excitement as well. Yang Yi was speechless. Yu Shuang stopped when she arrived by Yang Yi's side and said, Will they be fine? Yang Yi was at a complete loss for words. Chapter 900. What do you think? Yang Yi rolled his eyes with a helpless expression on his face. After all, it was an army of a few million that had thousands of half-saints and over 100 high-rank half-saints. Not to mention him, even 100 of him wouldn't be able to resist such an army. Hao Shuaibo and the others' confidence had risen to an unprecedented level under his lead earlier, and when confidence arrived at a certain level, one would become completely fearless. So, not to mention an army of a few million demon beasts, they would probably even dare to charge at a saint. Because their overconfidence had caused their minds to be quite cloudy. But it didn't take long for Hao Shuaibo and the others to slow down because countless demon beasts had suddenly turned to look at them. Their minds immediately cleared up under the gaze of over 1 million demon beasts, and their footsteps gradually slowed down. In the end, they stopped completely on the spot. After that, they slowly walked back towards Yang Yi, or it should actually be said that they walked back to the area behind Yang Yi. There was no fear on their faces, only embarrassment. Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the city. Ocean of Clouds City was very huge, and it was the largest city he had laid eyes upon until now. Even the army of millions of demon beasts seemed quite tiny before the city. On the walls of the city were numerous green ropes of light which seemed like bolts of lightning. They emanated a terrifying aura that wasn't inferior to lightning, and some Exalt Realm demon beasts were instantly scorched before they could even get close to the ropes of light. Besides that, the walls were covered in all sorts of cannons that were thick like pillars, and there were fiery red balls of energy within them. Every single ball of energy that was shot out from those cannons would transform at least 100 demon beasts into ashes. Yang Yi's gaze moved up towards the sky above the city. There were around 100 cultivators in cloud-white robes standing there. There were both men and women amongst them, and all of them were young and around the age of 20. However, their cultivations weren't low as all of them were at the monarch realm. Yang Yi noticed that they were holding scrolls of various colors while they chanted continuously. As they chanted, numerous attacks of varying elements shot out incessantly from the scrolls and descended into the army of wolves. These attacks of varying elements included lightning, fireballs, blades of wind, water dragons, and some other attacks that Yang Yi had never seen in his lifetime. These attacks were inferior to the ropes of light and cannons on the city walls, but they weren't weak. Besides some half-saints who could resist them, the other comparatively weaker demon beasts practically died on contact with those attacks. especially the demon beasts below the monarch realm. They are students of the inner court. Ling Yuran suddenly walked over to Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi nodded. Not bad. Let's think about what we should do now. Yu Wushuang spoke abruptly because the demon beasts in the surroundings seemed eager to attack, and they seemed like they would pounce towards their group at any moment. Everyone looked at Yang Yi because he was the backbone of the group. Yang Yi flashed up into the sky and spoke in the direction of the city. I brought them here. Come out and get them. A moment of silence ensued before a voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. Bring them to the city gates. What? Yang Yi thought had heard wrongly and asked for clarification. The voice spoke again. Bring them to the city gates. Are you playing tricks with me? Yang Ye's face became unsightly. What a joke! The city gates? In other words, he had to lead them through millions of demon beasts? Moreover, there were thousands of half-saints, and over 100 high-rank half-saints in the army. He could give it a try if the group behind him was filled with high-rank half-saints. Unfortunately, they were only at the Exalt realm. This time, the voice only spoke a short sentence. Void rank sword intent. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. He glanced at the dense army of demon beasts while he was visibly struggling to decide. In the end, he said, 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones, 10 saint-rank techniques, and void-rank sword intent. The voice carried a trace of anger. Why don't you just go rob someone instead? Yes or no? Yang Yi continued. If you refuse, then I'll take them back to the ancient sword school right now. I presume the sword school would definitely be very happy to keep them. Moreover, from today onward, word of how cold your academy is will spread throughout the prefecture. After all, you refuse to save your own people. TSK. Just think about it. How many students would feel disappointed in the academy? A long moment of silence ensued, and then the voice spoke again. 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones and 10 high-grade Dao rank techniques. I want Saint rank techniques. Yang Yi spoke flatly. The voice replied angrily. Do you think it's like cabbage that can be gotten anywhere? Old man, this entire journey has been extremely arduous. Yang Yi sent a voice transmission along the path which the voice came from. Do you know how much strength and effort I exhausted to bring them here? Do you know? You know nothing. We encountered numerous demon beasts. Do you even know how many we encountered? You don't, you definitely don't. Shut up. The voice spoke abruptly. 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones and 1 saint-rank technique. Yang Yi was about to speak when the voice continued. My academy has quite a few saint-rank techniques. If you really want them, then rely on your own ability to get them. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant before he said, Is the void-rank sword intent you promised true? The voice replied, I guarantee it with the academy's name. Yang Yi nodded and said, Deal. The voice spoke once more. The saints of the academy and I are locked in combat with their saints, so their saints won't be able to act against you. However, you have to deal with the others below the saint realm. Yang Yi glanced at the dense army of demon beasts, took a deep breath, and then turned around to gaze at the group behind him. He pointed at the army of demon beasts and spoke loudly. Tell me, are all of you afraid? They glanced at the army and remained silent. It would be a lie if they said that they weren't afraid, but if they admitted it, then wouldn't they be bringing shame to themselves? So, how could they possibly admit it? Yang Yi continued. I know that you're definitely scared, because I'm scared as well. How about I ask a different question? Do all of you want to die? They hurriedly shook their heads in response. Hao Shuaibua said, Boss, just tell us what to do. We'll obey your commands. The others nodded. Yang Yi gazed at the area before the city gates and said, See that? The academy will open the gates if we get there, and they'll send out experts to get us. However, we'll have to endure the frenzied attacks of countless demon beasts until they can come out and get us. There will be numerous half-saints, and even high-rank half-saints amongst the demon beasts that will be attacking us. Why don't we just flee? A slightly cowardly voice resounded from the group. Yang Yi walked over and saw that it was Xia Bingwei. Her delicate figure trembled slightly when she noticed his gaze. However, she wasn't as fearful as she was before this. Because after being in the same group with Yang Yi for so long, she noticed that he wasn't really that scary. Yang Yi said, "Flee? Where would we flee to? Or perhaps all of you still have the strength to flee?" They remained silent. Actually, they were on the verge of hitting their limits after all the fighting and killing to get here. Now they were relying on their intent to fight and burning emotions to hold on by force. Awu! Suddenly, a wolf howl resounded from afar, and then countless wolves charged towards them. It was at least a few hundreds of thousands of wolves. Even the ground was quaking. Yang Yi said, "See that? They'll transform into mush if they're allowed to just charge over to us. Can you tell us who you are?" Suddenly, Leng Yuran spoke. "Amongst the 5 great geniuses of the prefecture, Lu Qianshao and the Void Lord are in the north, so it's impossible for you to be them. I've seen Qing Daofu in the past, so you're not him as well. Your attainments in the Sword Dao are formidable. Unfortunately, you're a man, so you aren't Lu Weiner as well. I'm really curious about who you are?" All their gazes descended onto Yang Yi when they heard this. Yang Yi didn't just possess formidable strength, he was extremely mysterious. At the very least, he was extremely mysterious to them. So, they wanted to know who he was at this moment of life and death. Of course, that didn't include Li Maozhen, Li Qingyi, and Yu Wushuang. A slight smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he heard Ling Yuran, and he said, "All of you'll know soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the violet mink on his shoulder. He carried the violet mink off his shoulder, and then lightly patted her face as he said, "I need your help this time." The reason Head dazed to agree to the old man, the dean's, request was naturally because of the violet mink. Otherwise, even if Head attained a high rank of the half-saint realm right now, he would still be incapable of killing his way through an army of so many experts. Perhaps he could give it a try if he was alone, but it was absolutely impossible while taking so many along with him. The violet mink seemed to still be groggy. She rubbed her little head against Yang Yi's chin, and seemed like she was unwilling to open her eyes. Such a scene caused the women here to feel quite a bit of pity and fondness for the violet mink. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and rubbed her head. "Stop sleeping. We're going to be squashed if you don't wake up." The violet mink opened her eyes slowly upon hearing him. She rubbed her eyes with her claws, and then glanced resentfully at Yang Yi. Moreover, she seemed to still be unsatisfied and ceaselessly scratched Yang Yi's face with her claws. Meanwhile, the terrifying aura from the army of wolves had caused some of the others to be almost incapable of standing up. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and pointed at the city. "Can you take us in there?" The violet mink glanced at the city, and then she immediately shook her head. Yang Yi nodded, and then he pointed at the city gates. "Take us there!" The violet mink nodded and waved her claws. A ray of violet light instantly enveloped them, and then they felt the scene before their eyes warped. When their vision cleared up, they were standing before the city gates. This scene exceeded the expectations of everyone here. It hadn't just exceeded the expectations of the students of the academy, even those demon beasts were completely dazed. But it didn't take long for a howl to resound from amidst the demon beasts, and then countless wolves charged towards Yang Yi's group. Yang Yi flashed up into the sky above the city and shouted, "Open the gates!" A moment of silence ensued, and then a ray of dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from the city gates. However, right when the city gates were about to open, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded from the city walls. "No one is allowed to open the city gates without my orders." As soon as that voice finished resounding through the air, the city gates returned to its original state in just a few moments. Meanwhile, a half-saint realm wolf had arrived in the sky above Ling Yuran, and its claws slapped down towards Ling Yuran and the others around her. Moreover, there were countless other wolves behind that wolf. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.